All right, welcome. Thanks for joining us for the Faded Session 54.
Crap. Let's go.
Ooh. All right, so we were introduced with 90 days have passed in the last session, giving us a new date, year that has progressed. And we had done a few things in terms of yesterday, or the same day, if you will, if there's anybody who wants to do anything on the same day, because I'm just going to kind of fast track some things. Um, so we had a lot of things transpire with Glenmark and getting reinforcements and getting aid potentially. Also met with the kind of Master Lord Stiller and Harkin, which is a little bit of a personality, how they were interacting. Definitely someone that seems to have lived a very fine vintage of an age with their life. Had another prophecy that was given to us, prophecy of the Uniter. And then we also got a couple terms here that were describing what has happened with the war, referring it to as the Blight of Dragon Wrath. This is kind of not like a traditional war by any means, and so it's now being defined by this name. They're also giving a name to the Damodar's forces that have been united, because there's multiple different pieces to it, and they're all kind of their own separate things. But now, 90 past, they're trying to almost describe what it would be that all these people would kind of be a part of, and that term that they're describing them as Red Draconis. Now, we all then ended with a conversation with Aquina, which is a creature that is a prime elemental. So, prime elementals are creators of their own domain in the elemental of planes. They referred to as Eryx, this epicenter of creation, being safeguarded within the elemental planes, and how it formed and mutated themselves and that plane. The elemental planes are safeguarded from what they referred to as the Devourer. They hinted at that this is one of the last Chaos Titans that never truly evolved to the status of a deity. So, what this means is that there is a creature that you have communication with that actually understands the fundamentals of creation of the universe, the cosmos. But they speak in terms of what they are, but they don't have the same conscious thought as all of you, and their mind is dramatically different. And they have been protecting through the stone as much as they possibly can. It takes great strength to do such things. They referred to only one such individual, one such creature that has ever penetrated through their safeguard of the plane as a usurper. So, kind of opening it up, start of this session, opening up to see if anybody has any downtime they wish to do for today before I advance to the next day and then to a meeting with Brugge. I believe Drew was here. I think I already got the potions. Yep, got all those potions in Erwin's inventory. All right. Bethan. You want to get a long rest? You can get a long rest.
clicking the long rest button always makes me yawn.
Mm-hmm.
Makes you
Like, man,
yawn.
what? Yeah, it's like, what must that be like?
The whole New
8
Day
hours.
thing, you got to role play it, man. You know?
Since I can't hear on my left ear, I'm not gonna probably be able to hear music because my stuff is turned down pretty good. So I can hear right now. It's not loud. Hopefully, it's not loud.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right. So as we start the session again, today we are at the Chamber of Fates. Meeting has been called to give information Ruga has scryed and divined upon to try to recover. You all have your seats around your table. And the notable figures are here. Still a closed meeting, as the defined discussions of this have yet to be made public. Brugge simply kicks back the chair a little bit. Begins to cough. Brugge has found much things. Shall we begin?
Please do.
Zero.
All right, so this is the Ismar regional map. There's certain journal articles that have been certain map pins that should be accessible in terms of viewing. There's certain map pins that should not be accessible to viewing. Hopefully, you have a certain amount of icons and certain amount of icons you do not have. So, Brugge begins to unveil this map, speaking in context of what might lie ahead. That they have divined, scryed, that the dwarvish forces of Clan Gilgal have been pushing forward. They currently have occupied Fort Flatminer. And the regiment that garrisoned within there is known as Strong Iron Rock. Iron Rock is an offensive legion, an offensive regiment within Clan Gilgal forces. And Strong stands for the actual family name of the Fulvratin, which is the commander. And underneath them would be other strong family members or affiliated to that family and house. There are certain icons known as Anzatfars. Anzatfars are sites of gathering. That's what they're referred to. So they can be a number of different things under that. Tor Anzatfar is for Gem Iron Rock. They're another offensive regiment. They themselves have an encampment garrisoned with the first push of siege. All Clan Gilgal regiments have Ruglark, which is what Brugge has been scrying on to try to unveil the information, the connections that they once had between Felgim and Ruglark long ago. And so when they're scrying this information, they can see that they have Ruglark with them. They are powerful mages. Can be, at least, depending on who they are, who they're affiliated with. The Tor Anzatfar is on a road that leads east from the crossroads of Wind. Crossroads of Wind. You head west, lead up to the Windy Tower, which is an old relic of Clan Radal and has now had a gathering, a town, if you will, that has been built around it of homesteads. There's a brewery there, Ozerlig. There is an ale house. There's a bakery. The tower is there to serve for adventurers and other folks to live and actually use for free. which is much of Ismar. It's a communal land. And so that tower, being a beacon that was serving as observation of anyone that would come through the pass and checkpoint, has now been turned into a hostel. The tower is quite large. It's very impressive. And it's already riddled with population of people. It's most likely why the actual Nzatvar is not located within it. But it does not mean that the forces, Gem Iron Rock, would not actually be within there, enjoying the brewery and enjoying the things within. Further past that is the Khor Nzatvar. It's for the Heavy Iron Legion. The Iron Legion is a defensive regiment. This would be the bulk of the siege and current. They've been using the lumber and the wood from the low wood, as well as rock, red rook, as they refer to it in Ismar, much as what the region's comprised of, to build towers and other fortifications around their defensive encampment. Still, only 90 days have passed, and so that's young in its development. Aluda, still where most of the dwarven forces lie, thank Gilgal. Aluda is a city of stone. It is the smallest city on the continent. It's built on a plateau of red rook. It is built of solid stone. All structures, walls, the buildings, everything. The center point is the Granite Keep. And the Granite Keep exists on a perch of rock surrounded by a large moat. There is a harbor there. The harbor is defended by a large sea gate and wall. There are towers armed with cannons aimed at the waters. Two other Nzatvars are referred to as Iron Stone. Iron Stone are logistic regiments. They are responsible for resupplying others and making way to other sorts of encampments. There are other smaller encampments that do not have Nzatvar status. They are at the bridges. We'll go ahead and reveal the locations of the bridges in journal notes. So the three bridges of Noktorlog, Nukayam, and Thralmach, all three have encampments on either side of the river. They're smaller. We're talking about a couple wooden towers, palisade wall maybe a little bit of a rocky half wall, that sort of thing. Just checkpoints to defend those bridges and to send messengers if one were to cross that was not conflict was to arise, that sort of thing. After all, this region is massive. It is a massive nomadic region and cannot have soldiers just everywhere. And so they are being strategic in how these Nzatvars are perched on roads. One of the white ironstone at the Northern Nzatvar, that is the logistic company that works towards their dwarvish city. That's on the road, the trail that leads into the mountains. And then the Sor Nzatvar, which is for the red ironstone, that will lead to the bridge of Thralmach. That is a road that crosses between the foothills northern and then the peninsula that extends outwards between the bays. So Brugge is divining and scrying this information and is pinpointing on the map with chess pieces of dragon chess based on these Nzatvars, simply stating that the largest occupation of forces is still within Aluda. Second to that is the Khor Nzatvar, which is the Heavy Iron Legion. And then third to that is going to be the Tor Nzatvar, which is with Gemra Iron Rock. Fort Flatminer has the regiment within there as well. Their numbers are strong. Accurate reading is nearly 40 to 50. So occupy that fort, Kurt. They occupy the road as well, so you're making way from the two regiments, moving siege weaponry into it. To the dragon. Dragon has been spotted. There are two dragons that have been spotted. It's unclear if they are the same. There's a dragon that flies between the bridge of Nukayam and Noktor Log, making pattern to Aluda, clinging to the skies of the clouds, landing within the granite keep of Aluda. And there's a second dragon. It seems to be at the head and the forefront. Currently perched around the Windy Tower.
Not good.
They're both silver and of the same size. And as we conclude the out of character, bring us back to the Chamber of Fates. Ruga believes there is magic at play. And what I have seen from scrying is that they look awfully the same, these dragons. Ruga believes that one of these is illusion. To be able to make dragon illusions such as this would require magic of my caliber or more.
Suppose there's one way to know for sure.
Bruga, would you have to stay there to maintain the illusion, or could you have it set up and then leave?
There are magics with illusion spells that you might not have to be. You could be somewhere else.
Would one this powerful be in that realm?
Ruga only knows of such mages like myself that might be powerful as this. They have long passed.
Based on what we've seen, I don't think it would be outside the realm of something that Damadon would be capable of.
Or magical item. We have seen some impressive magical items.
Question comes to how to attack this, because I don't think, I mean, forgive me if I'm not very experienced in war, but I do think, unless we're trying to buy time, which we could be, but we wouldn't be able to get to it by sea. So if we crumpled this mountain pass, our only entrance into Eastmar is kind of cut off. Am I correct?
I think the standing plan was that we take Fort Flatminer, which, with Bruga's intel, I think still is the best plan if the primary force is still in Aluda, and then their second largest force is miles down the mountains. The only concern would be which of the dragons is real, but if it is the one silver dragon, I can determine that after this meeting. Or during this meeting, I guess, realistically, if you guys want to.
So I don't know if the council has been informed, but Glenmark does plan to send us soldiers immediately with teleportation, and then also they are going to come on ships as well. So we are going to get reinforced. So I do think that if we could take this and hold it until our soldiers and Glenmark's forces are ready, we would have some kind of foothold in defensive position after that.
I would suggest we go a step further than that and we actually head towards the Windy Tower. However, not necessarily to siege and fight the second regiment there, but to infiltrate and reconnaissance.
Maybe even fence.
Yes. So I would say that we take the fort, reinforce it with some of our people, just a little bit, because anyone that's going to the fort still has to get by us. So we're not going to let a regiment just walk into the fort.
I
And then
think
once
that,
Glenmark is there, they can reinforce the fort and we can begin
I
a
think
full
that
war.
job, yeah, best suited for your people, there, Thanos.
As far as infiltration, I have a couple of ways. I don't need to reallocate. I think Almar and the Rangers are still best spent on finding the king and the prince. I have my own tricks.
I believe if we are to fight back the forces of Gilgalls, we should take a couple of our best from their former ranks. Perhaps they could work to sow some seeds of rebellion within the forces, since they seem to believe that there are still many who are loyal to their original ideals and do not like the current situation. They could establish a base in Fort Flatmine once we've taken it and try to reach out to others of that clan, bolster
I
their
mean,
ranks from inside.
if we go
So
in loud, make a proclamation. The thing is, I have no doubts that if there is no dragon, that we could get this done. So, if obviously stealth is always an ally for us, but if we are looking to turn them, talking first might be the better option instead of a either loud or sneaky approach.
I mean,
um,
the idea. I don't know, that what I'm nervous about is that if we talk and give up the element of surprise, that will make, because it's just us. It's just the ill-fated doing this.
we
It'd
don't
make our job
necessarily
a lot harder.
we don't have to necessarily kill them, but we do need to. I would say I agree with everyone from my perspective. I think that the Gilgal soldiers that we're going to send, the 10 or so, should come about a day and a half to 2 days after us. Give us a couple of days to take the fort. And then once we take the fort, they can reinforce it, and a few of them can come with us to the Windy Tower and they can help with the infiltration. Because if
Also,
we take the fort fast enough, no one will know that we took the fort.
if we can take the fort without having to, we could try to hold on to some survivors. It would make us look like the better party, not a bunch of crazy killers, but people trying to fight back against oppression in an honorable way. So take it and take it by whatever means we have to, but leave as many survivors as we can in the and leave them as, I guess, prisoner with our forces. But
I
don't
am
right out murder them. We can.
I am curious about this illusion of the silver dragon, though. If it is the one that is at the Windy Tower that is an illusion, what is its purpose? Because from my understanding, the silver dragon, given its size, could probably clear the distance from Aluda to that tower in a couple of hours. So even if they were to get siege, why is it there? Is it there to keep the dwarves in line?
Could be that. It also could be a deterrent from even stepping in. If you scout it, you see the silver dragon. circling overhead on the one entry point that is the most convenient way to get into Eastmore, then you're not gonna go.
It is a show of force. One tends to need a show of force in places where your forces are less strong. Given that the bulk of their actual force is still in the city, then I'd be inclined to believe that the one at the outer edge of the territory is the false one. Simply to, as Varus put it, dissuade anyone from entering, even though they may not have the forces to back it up. It's less about the dragon getting there and more about their own people.
Well, with what Aquina told me, I can tell where the dragon is with the use of the stones, assuming that my mind is strong enough. We can
also have that
verify
ability-
this.
Yeah. Once we're closer, we also can verify with our helmets. So
Yeah,
Yes.
without hands.
So, if you guys want, I can take a moment and make a connection with the silver dragon and see if I can tell which one is fake.
don't see
Yeah,
Go for it.
Go ahead.
Do attempt to not reveal any of our plans, though.
Yes, that is.
Or tell them exactly what we're planning, and that might throw them off.
It's a bold
That
strategy.
is fair.
Bold strategy, Cotton. See if it pays off for him.
I am going to actually do something that I haven't done before.
Ooh.
And on myself, I am going to cast Intellect Fortress.
Yourself in a brain box.
Mm-hmm. And then I'm going to focus on the stone and attempt to make a connection to the silver dragon.
I'd make an intelligence saving throw. At advantage.
Ooh.
Yeah. You begin to reach into your stone, drawing the power from within, pulling yourself to the stone. You begin to form a connection with something on the other end. Consciousness is brooding, seems to have difficulty connecting with anything. Sheltered, like a child pulling themselves into the corner of a dark room.
Can you hear me?
Hello, who is this?
My name is Thanos. I am the bearer of the silver stone.
Thanos. That's your name?
That is my name.
It's not just something you're saying, right? That's real?
That is accurate. I have no intentions of lying to you. I simply wish to know where you are.
I can't tell you that.
I will use the stone to try to push deeper just to get that location.
You, sir, are abusing a child.
Go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
Does another fortress give advantage on a wisdom? It
Yep.
does.
You break through the barriers, the dragon's mind, piercing through, revealing its location. It's currently perched itself top of the Granite Keep, City of Stone.
You seem scared. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Do I hear any quivering or trembling in their voice that would make
Roll
me
insight.
believe otherwise?
It's gonna make you roll the whole time. They seem scared in terms of their voice and how it comes through from the stone to your mind.
Who is controlling you at current? giving you orders.
The master. Damn.
So the dwarves have no direct control over you?
No. Could easily just kill them like I have the others.
Do you want to kill them?
No. I have destroyed their cities and killed their people. I walked amongst them like them as friend, earned their trust, and then I was unleashed.
I know that feeling all too well.
Do not. Roll is. I know what I am doing. I am aware of each stroke, each breath. I can see and watch them as they die. There's nothing I can do about it. And there's nothing they can do. I can't die. I've tried.
If you were free of Damodar's control, would you be able to forgive yourself for the actions that you have taken, or do you believe you are beyond redemption?
There is only one that would give me redemption. They are as controlled as I.
Who is it that would give you that redemption?
Oran.
Interesting.
My ward.
Well, perhaps we can help you earn that redemption. We shall see. But for now, stay safe, and if you need to talk, feel free to make a connection.
I wouldn't risk it.
I'll go ahead and sever the connection with it.
Okay.
So, I spoke to the dragon. It is in Oluda, at the Granite Palace. It seems scared, young. It does not like what it has been forced to do. They did mention that it is a ward of Horan. So I don't know if we'll be able to save it without saving Horan first. But
Seems
as
that if
far
it was a ward of Horan, then it would be gladly willing to aid us in our quest to then free Horan afterwards.
that is the hope.
We have Tegan speak to them. His powers of persuasion.
I'm less worried about persuading it and more worried about, well, you guys saw what I went through, coming to terms with being free after killing Faithfolk. It does take an adjustment period to figure out your place in the world after you have slaughtered people against your will. But that said, our plan to march on the fort should go off without a hitch.
So then we should probably go with haste then. The longer we wait, the more reinforcements that could arrive.
I would say we leave today, have the The dwarves follow a day or two behind, and they reinforce, and then we go to the Windy Tower and do some surveillance. Maybe one or two of them come with us to help with persuasions.
I do not want to deplete our forces any more than necessary. Watch Commander, we need 5 volunteers among the Gilgol who would like to attempt to persuade some of their brethren to switch sides to help us hold the Flatline Fall.
Aye, my lord. I will find them. I also make note to this council that I have met with the Arc Knight, Lancelot Toril Lenmark. They are in conjunction with the Weaver Miran Garrus. Make camp at harbor.
Use their forces as you see fit to bolster our own and potentially reinforce Fort Farron.
Aye, my lord. What would you like to have the 5 Clan Gilgal brought to? Where?
Station them in Fort Farron with orders to follow after us to Fort Flatmano in 3 days.
Alright. I'll put them in charge of the Commandery Marluna. In case something is to happen. Or they reach.
Should we send word to the commander in Othemo as well that we are about to make moves just as a courtesy in case something does pop off and he needs to help Fort Farron?
I think maybe
Do it.
after, because I think this needs to stay as under wraps as possible.
I'm going to say I'm not opposed to contacting him, but we should do it directly if we do. No messengers, no written documentation.
I think that's too far out of the way. That would be, what, an extra day or two of travel?
I meant
Would
magic.
Oh,
We're
yeah, I guess
looking
we
at
could.
we're
I
looking
just-
at more days travel, correct?
Yeah.
Then ascending would be as easy as nothing, you know.
Yeah,
So-
I'm just nervous to alert anyone of our clan is of elite, even if it's not on our end, if it's on his end.
No, I would tell, if we tell anyone, I would tell him alone. Tell him to keep it to himself and just arrange his forces as he sees fit.
How much do y'all trust him?
He's literally our left flank. If it matters not if we can trust him, we have to.
All right.
So I would say we get some more horses from the list. I need to grab some bolts, and then we can head out.
Is that everything that the council has to discuss?
You
All
stay
right,
look
then.
around.
Do have one thing I wanted to say to the council before we adjourned. We talk about ourselves as the defenders of fate, and through my studies of fate, I've come to a realization of sorts, and I'd like to give a small speech if the council would allow it. So, fate, my friends, it's not merely a predetermined script that we helplessly follow, but instead it's a fusion of our choices and opportunities that shape our journey. It is a canvas that we paint our dreams, and it is a God.
Symphony.
Yes, that we compose with our actions. Embracing fate means recognizing that life's challenges and triumphs are intertwined, and with each twist and turn, it contributes to the masterpiece that is our existence. As we navigate this intricate dance, let us remember that we have the power to influence our destiny through perseverance and determination, and an unwavering belief in our own potential in our own lives. but also with the lives that we touch. We touch many lives. All the lives in Fatehaven. So let us stand tall in the face of adversity, and let's forge our own destinies. That's all.
Drink to
Well said.
that.
Cheers. It's a little early for alcohol, but cheers.
Never too
A
early.
little.
Oh.
Just a tad.
Isn't that right,
early.
Captain Morgan?
7 a.m.
Nice.
It is never too early to drink.
You pirates, I don't understand how you function.
The Golden Hand are not pirates. How many
Entrepreneur-
times must this misconception be portrayed of my people?
Entrepreneurs.
We merely may relieve some of the fine folk from their goods for our own intended purposes. If you refer to that as piracy, that is you, but for us it is really just a borrowing. We give back.
Free
don't
market
worry.
capitalism.
I meant to no judgment by the word. I apologize.
I feel the judgment on your voice. I have lived for a long time.
I have no room to judge you, I promise that.
Well, with that, is this council meeting adjourned?
So
If if anyone on the council needs to give word to us, last minute updates or anything, please get to Bruga so you can magically let us know.
Brogo will be here ready if anything needs to be said.
Elmar can also assist you with that.
I suppose.
With that
Calvin.
is
Comes Chipper over to you as you're trying to finish your conversation, the end closing of the council. Well, anything be kept on record?
thing to be kept on record.
I have been diligently taking notes, my lord.
Maybe you should hand that speech out as a pamphlet as we march.
Put it
You
on
never
the
know what's
side.
gonna. Don't know what's gonna happen to the town when we're gone. It'd be good to raise morale.
Yep, this speech can definitely go on.
Sounds great, my lord. Pamphlets?
did
How
you
much
just
is
Also-
the
demote your
printing press
scribe to
going to
town
cost
crier?
us?
Yes.
No. I won't be doing the town cry. I'll get others to do it.
Also, if one of you can speak to the crop master and make sure that the needs of the people here are taken care of in our absence, making sure we have enough food to supply the town, that would be. I would appreciate it very much. I don't
There's
want
no need.
anything.
I assure you, Jeremy is good at his job.
Marcus.
It's
I think it
Marcus.
was Thomas.
Every time.
His name is Marcus.
His name is Marcus. Anyway,
Oh my god.
He was very suited for the job. He worked as a farmer for like 2 years.
Literally is suited for the job.
and if he is unable to keep up with it, appoint a new crop master. I have no qualms.
I'm sure any of the
Yes, he
Tumble
is
Rots
eager
would be
for
glad to
guard.
take over a Cropmaster.
Just do not let him near a weapon.
Yeah. If anything, do not make him a sword. And with that, I will conjure this meeting if nobody else has anything. All right,
Let's start to get to business.
let's get to business then.
Business.
And I'll kind of look at Thanos. Do you think there's like 6 gray, cheap-looking cloaks that we can pick up anywhere?
Yeah, no, just the place. You guys might want to wait outside though.
Right?
Since we have to go to the market anyway, I will just duck into the the house for Orsivus and just grab a couple of cloaks from inside. I'm sure they have some laying around where all the rangers hang out.
Okay.
The house for Orsa? What?
Yeah, we have a temple for Orsivus. It's under an
Oh.
ale house.
Oh.
Do we know that?
Oh.
No.
No, that's why I told you guys to wait outside.
So you're just
So you
walking
can-
into a bar to get some clothes.
So you see, as you
Yeah.
enter into the Gilded District that
I
centers
need your
around
clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle.
Did your clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle. That's fucking great. Oh my god. Oh, okay. So, enter to the Gilded District, centers around the courtyard, this market here, and then you eventually get over to the Maker's Dozen, which is a alehouse bar. I won't go through the description of it. You're able to go into your secretive entrance here, Thanos, and recover cloaks, other things near my storage. They have at various places. This is a temple, it's Den of Dreams. It's very secluded with alcoves filled with these thick slab quartz cots for prayer, as well as resign to sleep and to dream, to preserve through the presence of others. Then the ruined altar that has figurine, idol placed upon it that depicts this six-eyed figure, these port glowing, hollowed out eyes that just sits as an idol upon. People in there, flying vipers, who begin to walk in. Some of them awake, heading to the temple. Simply lower themselves down to both knees, begin to place their heads upon the floor of stone.
I'll simply kind of like motion my hands over them as if like I'm gesturing acknowledgement of that. I'll actually head over towards the idol myself and do a fall to the one knee like I did in the actual chamber room. Just quickly to say a word before grabbing the cloaks and leaving.
Okay. What do you say?
It may be some time before I get to come back. However, our connection is strong enough to withstand that. Please feel free to guide the Rangers as you see fit in my absence. We march on Yzma, and that's all. Just kind of giving him an update.
You see as the eye sockets begin to slightly glow, the purplish hue, pulsating wave emanates, as if some communication is sent.
I would stand up and go towards the. I'm assuming that we have a closet for disguises and disguise kits, and just look for some plain robes.
Yeah, so it's another alcove fit. It's kind of this wooden door latched on, can be locked. It's a storage chamber, kind of like a quartermaster's chamber. Has various attires and disguises within. No one really maintains this per se within the temple. Everyone has their own part in play. And so those that disguises are brought back and hung upon the shelving or laid upon some of the crates that have been left here. They would be clothes and outfits that some of their victims have worn, had no use for them anymore. There is also patents of nobility and other documentation fit into binders and shelves that have been building up a small amount of forging.
just out of an abundance of caution, I'm actually going to grab a couple of those patents of nobility. Specifically, anything from Olathan, seeing as how I know that some of the Rangers were headed south. I figure there should be at least one or two there. Just in case I need them if we get to Eluda. Kind of look like a trader from a noble house.
Pick up
And
patent of ability of House Lord Bartholomew. Octens.
Man, what is taking him so?
You think he's drinking?
The rest of you could be in the Maker's Dozen. It is a fine
Yeah.
bar. You're able to get your drinks. There's courtesans in here. Rooms upstairs with a balcony to get into those rooms. With Pleasure's Delight.
Sorry to cover up your pretty scales, Lucar, but I don't want anyone seeing people in dragon armor and dragon helms. I think having cloaks over that would aid our entrance.
I just glare at you.
I never know what you're thinking. I'll see that my apology is accepted.
I'd like to point out I've been wearing a simple gray cloak this entire time.
yeah, I was going to say Thanos has just been wearing a fur cloak for most of it, so.
Yeah, but there's members of us do not dress simply.
As you're
And also, I was just gonna say, and I'm pretty sure Erwin's like decked out in black draconic armor now.
Well, it's
I
been
mean-
painted on with blues and whites and the symbol of saloon, but yeah, it is still pretty much black dragon armor.
Anyway,
As you're sitting at a table waiting for your companion to return, you notice that some of the patrons within here simply raising their flagons, wine, goblets up to all of you. Some of the courtesans fanning themselves in my corner, looking upon you, giggling a little bit, making motions perhaps to come over, but keeping their distance. And Thanos comes back.
Did you guys try some of the ale? There's excellent ale here.
I
Business.
think they'd let us take it on the road.
I'm sure that we could buy a bottle.
Yeah,
I'll go over to the barkeep and ask how much for a bottle of your finest ale. Or
Go to the
keg.
barkeep of the Maker's Dozen. You see it is a gruff-looking dwarf that has been kind of cleaned up. Some of their auburn hair has been put into a wave and has the actual braid down to a singlet. It's pleasurable eyes with pearl eyebrows that have been trimmed up. A blouse of white with a purplish hued vest that kind of falls over with some greens and accents. Trousers, tall white knit socks, and small shoes. There's a number of others here at the barkeeps that would be serving behind this walnut-like bar. There's other instruments of alcohols and distilled things hanging above, kitchen in the backdrop, and then sunken areas where your party members sit opposite side on the table. Staircase just to the left-hand side there goes up to the balcony escape that filters to the rooms that you could have pleasurable delights. It's not a very large establishment by any means. It does sit slightly up with a certain amount of wooden stilts and a stone cellar kind of is in the back half of it that helps brace the structure as well. Remember, the Fey Haven's built on a riparian zone, so a lot of the buildings here actually have stilted foundations. And those maybe in the interior away from the rivers can afford to have some stone cellars and these other things within the actual earth are built above it. Barkeep looks upon you. By my... By the gods! Is it you? In the Maker's Dozen?
It is. We were hoping to take some of your ale with us on the road as we head out to Fort Farron for a trip.
Oh, well, I would be honored. Well, I don't know if you know my name. It's Grimble Hardy Brew. A pleasure to meet you. You are who I think you are, right? You're one of the ill-fated.
That I am, and the rest of them actually sit kind of half gesture behind me.
I did see them come in. I have made sure we kept a distance. No one likes a busybody, especially when they're wanting to have a nice drink at the baker's dozen. Well, yes, I'll fetch you the finest brew I have. Yes, a small pony keg, 5 liters.
Yes. Sounds delightful. How much?
How much? Oh, you talk of coin. It is free, my lords. Free.
I will make sure to tell everyone you have the finest ale in town.
Oh, I greatly appreciate that. Huh. It has been a long time since I've been a barkeep at such a humble establishment as this. Been on the road
And look,
many days, troubled. Refugee and Thema, I've been. The taxes here, by the way. Excellent.
yes,
Very
my
affordable.
colleague was quite keen on making sure this place was open to everybody, so
You certainly have. You know, this place was built on the ruins of some fish cellar. Disgusting, cleaning it out, making it up. So I found a small little parchment. It's written on, kept it, put it up in a glass case back here. Point towards the shelf. You see, scribbled on there is halfling written on a loose, muddled, covered parchment. Seems quite old. You don't speak halfling.
nope. Interesting.
to
It's
it.
always good to pay homage to our ancestors.
Oh, yes, well, we kept it, had a sign of strong hope. Seems, written by a halfling, Norfolk. Tales told that this whole place was built on Norfolk. There's some of the old places left, built up into houses. It's by the Tumblrots. Don't know who really was here before. But that was written by a Tumblrot. One that was hiding out, so I'm told. Away from the undead scourge.
Did we meet that one?
Pretty
Out of
sure that's
character,
literally
yeah.
the one that we
That's
met.
the one at Herbert.
Yeah. That's
Whatever
great.
happened to him? Did we set him free?
We sent him to Fort Farron.
Oh, up the road. Yeah, that's right.
I don't know if we ever found out if he made it because then we got side railed with stuff.
Yeah. Hopefully he did.
Hopefully he made it. We should probably ask Alvin about that.
Hopefully he made it.
We'll do that when we get back to town.
There's
Somebody
so
make a note.
many of them, man. There's so many tumble
A
rods.
lot of tumble rods.
You have no clue how much.
Does anybody remember their name?
It's been so long. and I
No,
didn't
because he
know
wouldn't
that.
fucking talk to me because I look like
That's
I do.
right. He wouldn't talk to
He
Thanos,
literally
yeah.
fucking wouldn't do anything with me.
He did say his name though.
Yeah, it's been so long. I don't remember.
Tony.
Yeah, I wrote him off as dead.
His
I don't even
his
think you
his
can key
name
mine
starts
it.
with an R. You can't key mine. It's been too long.
Yeah.
Was it
yeah,
Ralph?
I don't. Yeah. I don't-
Nope.
It starts with
Rich.
an R. huh?
Reuben.
Got it.
You wrote it down?
He was the one. Yeah, in my notes. He's the one that had the love affair with the little Salinar chick that was following us around.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
Oh yeah.
forgot all about her too.
Yeah.
Didn't
Wonder how
he was
she's
walking
doing.
around outside the house, right?
Yeah.
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 Yeah, he's
Don't
the
worry,
one that
guys.
hit
I never
my
forgot.
So now there is
Yeah.
a note written by Reuben Tumblerot, who was the halfling hiding out in the fish shack that the Maker's Dozen was built on. Hiding out from the undead scourge underneath the fish shack.
And now above or under the place where that note stands is a den to Orcilis. That's kind of funny,
That
actually.
he was terrified of.
Yeah.
That is,
You just
there's
shit
some
on everything,
keen irony
Thanos.
right there. There's some real good irony right there, and I'm all for it.
Yeah. All
We
right.
got what?
So we got our ale. We got ale for free. That's crazy.
We never found that chick. Never like resurfaced after we like.
No, we told her we
Yeah.
were leaving, and then never
Yeah.
saw her
Yeah,
again.
she was mad that we were leaving. Yeah, so
She's probably dead.
Nah,
She
she's
didn't
pretty,
seem all that powerful. She's probably dead.
she's
You
pretty
probably
resourceful.
got kids and a nice house, man. Have faith.
Maldor was
I don't know.
convinced she was like a shapeshifter that was just there to fuck with us anyway.
Oh, I
Yeah.
guess I could ask Orcilis about that.
No, it's okay.
You don't want to know?
No, I don't want to know. I just
You
want
can
to
always scry.
True.
I can't, but you can.
I've never met this person y'all are talking about.
I
Oh,
just
I can
don't
implant her
know
image
right
into
now.
your mind while you sleep. It's fun.
I forget.
Is that fine? I'm not sure that's fine.
It's not fun.
It's
Okay.
not fun.
It's okay. All right.
The only thing I need is the blacksmith across the way. I need to stop for some bolts.
While you do
Okay.
that, it occurred to me I need to go have a word with Brugger. I'll meet you all at the gate.
Would you
For the
like me to come
lists.
with you?
No, it's fine.
All right. As
All
we walk out, just to Varys being a little fucking playboy, he yells out, "Thanks again for everything, all the hospitality," and then he winks at the courtesans and walks out the door.
What a player.
Yeah.
All right, you
He's a
walk
little
out the door.
fuckboy.
Yep, you get to get it. Don't worry. All right, so you walk outside of the Maker's Dozen, working off of the staircase that kind of winds and then cuts down because it's elevated from the stilts. Then back in, you begin to head direction of the blacksmith with you, Valdor, who's going to backtrack towards Brugga. Is that what you want to do? Okay, so kind of part you from there.
Erwin, did you brewed a bunch of healing potions? Did you hand those out yet, or do you still have all them?
Yeah, how do I trade? I was just about to private message you. How do I trade?
Yeah, so you actually, at the bottom left-hand side, there is a trade icon.
Ah, look at that.
That works really well as a general to trade. And then basically we'll open a trade window with whatever person, and then you can start trading items.
There we go. Yes, Varys, and I meant to give those out, but I wanted to wait till we were all together. Let's see.
They spectate to make sure they're not doing anything shady.
Yes, make sure to watch. Spectate the trade.
Be handing off drugs or something.
Maldor holding an intervention.
Stay off the pharmaceuticals.
All right, thank you. Holy shit, that is crazy.
Oh, the mount that they'll heal.
Yeah, the Supreme.
Yeah. You're going to question it after the fight with Grugash? Are you serious? People being crushed even though they got 29 ACs. Oh! You all want to fight gods? How you ever going to fight gods? Man, you going to pop yourself with some nice healing. Come on, get out of here.
True.
I'm gonna hit myself with that intellect fortress and make sure they can't fuck with my mind, and then I'm gonna fight them.
I mean, it's still not enough to full heal me, so
Yeah, you wish Intellect Fortress is going to save you from the DC of a god.
I don't want
Well, what I can do is like I can heal you halfway with my ability, and then you drink your potion to get the other half.
I
Well,
can second win for 8 HP too, don't you?
So as you're crossing over the Market of Phase, so this is the Market of Phases, kind of could describe what it's going through, just a basic description. You can actually look that up in terms of Fate Haven document that has just like the general areas and stuff like that. So there's no actual map pit for the market, but that's what lies within this courtyard. That is very much the center point of the town, which is now kind of a small city in terms of how much population that you're beginning to obtain. So the structures and everything is still loosely placed. It's not very dense. And so depicted here at the Gilded District is where a lot of like the structures are kind of bringing themselves together. And then everything outside of that is more sparse and dense in terms. But there's more and more people each and every day. People pitching themselves up with their small encampments and then beginning to request supplies, and they're beginning to build their own homes. They're getting aid from the guilds, right, to build their homes and the things as well. So changes each time, each hour that passes. This place is growing and changing. So you go over across the courtyard in the market. Through the market, you begin to pass in the direction of the smithy. The smithy is ran by a master smith at Marlig Forge Smash of Clan Drawrill. Clan Drawrill is actually a clan with their city, Odenthrall, that is actually open to people in general, humanoid. So not just the dwarfs of House Drawrill and their families and these other things that exist with Odenthrall, but also of others. And so Het Marlig Forge Smash is not a dwarf. They actually are a human with a darker complexion, ties to the Ravashid. And so they actually have dreaded kind of braid hair with golden brooches depicting scorpions and large worms of sand and these other things accented to themselves with whites and gold colorations of these kind of clothes and attire that would be very loose fitting and very open. They have bracers that go with black suit that have encrusted these tan leather bracers, and they are someone that has perfected their craft over traveling a great amount of places and learning from various things. And so they just happen to find a new area to settle down in, and this is the place. Now, here at their smithy, it is an open smithy. So there are a couple others that work as journeys underneath them. And the actual place that this is held at in the Gilded District is open. So the actual forges and everything is really open to the elements. They just have some tan kind of canopy coverings with different colorations of where these people might come from far off to be able to practice here and to learn. And they have kind of window shopping. So some of the actual weaponry and the armor is put on mannequins, and it's like held by some mannequin stuff that's kind of out front. And then you're kind of passing through that as it's built into the market in this own corner of the Gilded District. And there is some actual buildings here. So some of them, and those would be houses that have been built for the smithies. One of them, which is like a bunkhouse for the journeys and apprentices. Another is really for the actual master smith to actually have their home there. And it's a kind of a two-story rafted, stilted structure made of wood, some bricked, similar to that course that we all have here. And so as you're just pouring yourself in, the journeys immediately recognize you all. You see as the master smith is giving some direction, these other things, to a couple apprentices that are working on a piece. They kind of turn, getting a whisper from some of the actual journeys that you've entered in. And they're going to turn themselves over to you all. And then they fall to the knee. Themselves to the knee, they stand tall. Ill-fated, how may I be of service to you? Is there more requests for the Guardians of Fate?
Actually, I have a personal request. I was hoping to buy some bolts from you. It seems that we are set to head to Fort Farron, and I don't want to be caught ill-equipped.
Bolts, of course. I have some enchanted ones as well, if you are in need of that.
No, I think just some regular ones are more than fine.
How many? I have crates by the 20.
Um,
5,000.
how much per 20? How much do I have on? I don't know how much I have on there. I have no bolts, but I have 200 gold. However much 199 gold pieces can get me.
You want 200 gold pieces worth of crossbow bolts. That is quite a number.
Yes. I think the last time I bought crossbow bolts, I bought about 200, and they were gone in a week. So, yeah.
Well, you could also don't have to. You could use the one that doesn't require bolts if it comes down to it.
I just got a new one made. I'm gonna
No,
play
I'm
with
not
my new
saying-
crossbow.
I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying if worse comes to worse, you can use the one
That's fair.
that did. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, if I could get like 200 to 400 bolts, give or take,
Yeah,
that would
I
be
mean, we're
sufficient.
For
we're
two,
pretty broke these days.
for 200 gold, you can get 12,500 crossbow bolts from the smithy.
That should last at least 2 weeks.
You should get plus ones then
You
at
get a
that rate.
you get a 20% discount from the smithy. They sell them at 2 copper pieces per bolt.
Jesus Christ! I didn't even realize how cheap they were. How much are How much are enchanted ones? Those get pretty expensive pretty quick, though.
Yeah, because we're on the new pricing with this. So if you go to a +1 crossbow bolt, that is an uncommon item. So it is for 20 pieces of an uncommon. You're looking at 3,000 gold pieces for 20 of the bolts.
Yeah.
But your discount from that is 20%. You actually get 600 gold off. 24.
I think I'm just gonna get. I didn't realize how cheap crossbow bolts were. Holy shit. Yeah, I'll just buy like 400 crossbow bolts, and then if I need to enchant them, I can see if Varys has some downtime on this trip.
Oh yeah. Okay. Varys gonna do it for you, huh?
I can go learn alchemy. You want me to go learn alchemy?
I'm fucking with you. I
I'll
gotta
go learn
alchemy.
alchemy.
Don't tempt him to be more of an NPC.
Right? Like I specifically was like, nope, Varys wants to do alchemy. I'm not gonna put that in my downtime, despite wanting to enchant my own shit. I'll let him have his thing.
You should have done it. You should have done it. Plus, we could have done it together. We could have gotten advantage on these checks. But
So
no,
the fun,
I really don't mind.
the fun part is, as soon as I, out of character, get somebody in my dominion with it, I can learn it from them, and then still give you advantage on the checks.
Fun.
Okay, so you want 400 crossbow bolts?
Yeah, just 400 crossbow bolts.
Yeah, just 400.
Just a measly.
Just-
100
Just-
gold.
Just like 17 quivers on on his hip.
No, they're going in a
bolts.
bag of holding. I now have an empty bag of holding because I gave away all my metal or turned it into shit. So,
I have 19. If you want those. Well, I need a few. I might use my crossbow.
Really?
I used
You
it
could
once and it worked.
no, it is no joke that I went through like 200 before we made it out.
We
of...
told him to buy more, and he bought 200, and then they were gone like 2 weeks later, like 2
It
sessions
wasn't even.
later.
Yeah, it was literally like 2 sessions later. Like we
Honestly-
didn't even make it through half of the fucking thing that we were doing, and I was out of crossbow bolts.
That's because he's
Oh.
broken and can do like 14 attacks.
Well,
in
you
one
also you
round.
can't take 6 attacks per round anymore, right? On the first round.
3.
Yeah.
I now know I don't have Hunter's Mark anymore, so now it's gonna be 3 every round. I don't have all the bonus actions.
Yeah.
What about your exhaustion stuff? Can you still double it?
I mean, I haven't tried since I made the deal with Orcivis, but I'm assuming the old one's gift is theirs since I fulfilled my end of the bargain.
Maybe it just
Oh,
makes you
yeah.
extra brainy.
Old one definitely supersedes Orcivis. Has to.
I don't know, because I'm literally wearing a crown that connects me to Orcivis's domain. So, like,
Might be signal interference.
yeah.
Need a better adapter.
Lol.
They're gonna give
Philip.
you. They're gonna give you 420 crossbow bolts and round up to 7.
Big spender.
Well, Maldor's like 12,500. That'll last you at least 2 weeks.
Well, I mean, I do still have the dragon wing crossbow. So if I run out, I have options.
Run out before we can find more. You go through a 420 fucking crossbow bolts.
He can.
You do realize that 420 crossbow bolts for me that's what? Like, not even 120 rounds of combat, so like less than an hour of me shooting my crossbow bolt. Like, it's not.
To be fair, if you have to continuously shoot something for an hour, that's a problem.
That's 140 rounds of combat.
Such as an army of dwarves.
Yeah, it's almost like we're going to wage war on an army.
Yeah, maybe you should buy more then.
If
Nah,
you
it's fun.
expect to wage war on an army, we literally are going to spend every session for like a year in combat.
Just in combat. Yeah.
Just in
Sound-
combat, fighting.
sounds
these-
good to
these
me.
dwarves.
I believe
That's
the
what y'all
strategy
want to
was-
do, and
was
that's what you
guerrilla
all
tactics.
want. Yeah, I think the strategy was just navigating the fort. Again, Fort Fightmire is not large at all. It's very small. Like, it's literally like an outpost checkpoint type deal. So it's gonna be very interesting how you all
Literally
decide to
just spam Spirit Guardians. We'll be
yeah,
fine.
spam Spirit Guardians. You're dead. You're dead. Everyone's dead.
I don't think dwarf soldiers are surviving 2 spirit guardians with Maldor in the middle just chopping shit up. I just don't
Yeah.
think that's happening.
Yeah, they're not adventurer like
I know.
knights or anything like that. They're. And you saw them because they fought at the siege.
The sword.
At the siege.
Yeah, so they were
good,
fighting.
But they weren't like
They were, yeah. So you know how caliber, but there's different
Yeah.
ranks of them. There's different, they actually have different things.
Yeah.
each
I mean, they
class
were
and
pretty
stuff, so-
good.
Yeah.
They ranked up. They fought together. They
yeah,
did-
they're good as a unit. They were way better than like the farmers with crossbows.
Those poor guys.
Fire!
Like half of them didn't even go off. And the
The fucking-
crossbows didn't even work. Yeah.
Come on.
No, I'm
So you-
hoping the strategy is we go in, secure some kind of an audience with whoever's in charge, and just take him out, and then be like, the rest of you fall in line. That's basically how that's gonna
Okay.
go.
See. All right, so you all begin to depart the smith, probably just hanging out within the market, doing some window shopping and some other knickknack things. Then, Valdor, you're going to be going off and attempting to meet with Bruga. Bruga spends most of their time within the actual Magic Emporium. And so you are going to head over into that general direction. Actually, we don't want this map. We want this.
Gosh, she's not very safe with her potions right there.
That tracks, honestly.
So the actual structure itself is very similar. They simply just teleported the structure over. However, they have far more wood shelving and other sorts of things. It's much more cluttered, which is like a lot of stuff has been thrown everywhere and haphazardly placed. It's only been 90 days to ask a wizard of this caliber to move their entire shop, as well as navigate how that's going to work with their arcane tower, existing whatever space that it's held in. It's a tall order within 90 days. And so this is very much like a hoarder's venue at current, with how much things are just everywhere. Just kind of what the actual concept of the background is supposed to suffice for. It's just to showcase there's a lot of magical things happening and it's kind of everywhere all at once. But the actual glass case isn't that sort of vibe that you got is still there. It's just kind of intermixed now with a large amounts of just stuff everywhere. There's people in here shopping. So it is not like a Lathan where there was nobody in there perusing goods. In fact, there is some of the individuals from Glenmark that are currently in here, potentially Mages of Glivia, or even the Knights of the Mark that are currently outside on their war horses that are just kind of waiting for some of the mages to accompany them. Their suitable structure is very is kind of interesting in terms of rank. So the Knights of the Mark work with Mages of Glivia, and usually one knight is assigned to a mage, and so they're kind of put in charge of each other in a way, kind of bonded in that endeavor. So when they talked about the Master Lord teleporting them, it was really like getting their mage to teleport their knight over, and then from there teleporting over common soldiers and such. So they're kind of building themselves, building some rapport with Brugha here, because in Glenmark, shopping for magical items and other concoctions is very easy, and here on Othuria it is not. But here in Fate Haven, it is. Brugha is now able to sell their wares to the public, and you're able to stride into the shop, small little bell ringing. Brugha is handling other customers, and there are other illusionary duplicates of Brugha that are currently helping out in the shop as well. Are they other Brugas? Or are they illusory duplicates, right?
Are they clones?
Are they clones? You don't know, but there's other Brugas in here. The one true Brugha begins to stride up towards you as soon as you enter in, noticing your presence. They lower their head. Member of the Council of Fate, you have come. Why have you returned?
Oh.
I thought you were on your way.
We are just about to depart. How are you settling in? Is everything to your liking? Are you in need of anything? Seems like it's going well.
Brugha is in need of time. But
Of course. As we
Brugha
are.
always wants time.
I had something while we're gone I was hoping you could look into for me. He'll produce the metal disc, the seed of the old one. This was given to me by the old one. It is a part of his deal that many of us have undertaken. From what I've seen thus far, at some point I'm going to be compelled to do something with this with very little control over it. That's not the troubling part. Well, the least troubling part. Someone that I care very much for is bound to this item. She is marked for death by Helm, so it is currently protecting her. But if it is to be consumed or destroyed at some point, I would like for there to be another option for her safekeeping until such time that I can fully protect her from Helm or make sure that eventuality is no longer possible.
The power Brugha knows. Power of gods is very powerful. Far outreaching. But there are ways to weave the chaos to hide oneself. Are you telling me, Maldor, that you have a lover stored inside here?
Of a sort,
Their soul is
My-
trapped.
it would seem. The old one put them there ostensibly for their safekeeping, which it serves that purpose, but I also think to help keep me in line.
Brugha is very talented in the ways of bringing oneself to this world. If you have a soul trapped inside here, Brugha may be able to extract it, put it into another item if that is what you wish, or perhaps Brugha can grow a body.
Perhaps both at some point. I fear until we deal with the Helm problem, giving her physical form would just be dangerous. But once that problem is solved, then perhaps. But in the meantime, yes, I fear that having her bound to this item that is destined for consumption is a ticking bomb, as it were.
Brugha agrees. Brugha very much. Brugha will spend some time figuring out how to extract the soul from and transfer it to another item. But you must understand that if this is a seed, something that is connected to the old one, it has fate. It is destined. might be impossible. Do not see. Ruka does not see the Old One wishing to forsake your friend. That would not be in the best interest of the scales, the balance of the world.
Perhaps. He and I have a fairly tenuous relationship.
What does that mean? Ruka is surprised you took some bargain from Old One.
Well, at the time I didn't fully understand who he was. But also, in the short term, I believe Damodar to be a bigger threat. I spent most of my early life battling the Devourer in the Astral Sea. Come to understand that that is simply another name for the Old One.
Not such a similar from the All Gods having so many titles, so many names. One seeks to change themselves for the better, but they will always be who they have been.
Ironically, they are simultaneously responsible for saving me from the Wrath of Helm, but also for inciting the Wrath of Helm against me. And the predicament that my companion is in, he deceived them into guiding me towards the path he would like me to be on.
To have such power would mean that the Old One is moving in ways. It has long been told by Felgim that the Old One is an entity that does not play on the fates of others. They are an entity that sees through time. It simply is. What you would suggest, Maldor, is that Ruga believes is that you. What you would suggest is that the Old One is choosing your fate.
Or attempting to steer it.
Maybe to correct it?
Perhaps. Putting me on a path against the deity that created me is certainly an interesting correction.
Gods. There's so many gods. So many deities. They're very powerful. Even though they have so many titles, they will always be the same. They each have their own agenda. Ruka knows this. Vinhelm.
The irony. Please continue.
Oh, no, Bruka. You go ahead.
I'll say the irony is I spent the vast majority of my life trying to ensure that the Old One never got a grip on this plane of existence, only to be cast down to this plane to discover he is already here.
Just like the gods. They would like to think they have no influence over this plane. But yet, there are so many stories and tales of deities speaking to people, becoming their own avatars, using congruences. Ones that should not exist, but yet they are there, protected by some of the most devoted of the followers.
Great. I would like to see a world where this plane is cut off from all of them, protected. Let them make their machinations in their own planes of existence. Leave this one alone.
That is a dream Bruga would like to. It's far more challenging than you think.
I only imagine. But we start with a city, and then a continent, and then perhaps a plane.
Perhaps so. Bruga's tower and many Brugas will be there waiting when it is time.
Please, if you learn something of this, contact me right away. I do not know when this compulsory action can be triggered. It could be any day.
Brugge understands. With your permission, Brugge would go into marshes.
If you see it necessary, of course.
Brugge
But
has
do be
done
safe.
studies within the marshes for some time. Are you aware with Hag's magic?
Been counted a few.
They have a way of primal magic from the Fae. It seems, from what I have uncovered, from some of the bounties I have put over, covering fixing artifacts, as in some of the Hags, they practiced in capturing souls, transferring them.
Yes, actually, the ones that we defeated in the fort did something very similar. One of them was actually managed to leap into Lucar for a time. She's gone now, I believe.
Question really remains. There's two.
There's another one. I'm not sure how much Maldor actually knows about.
I don't know if
that. I
Maldor knows
he knows
about
it
it.
was
Knows about
there
it.
at some point, but yeah.
Yeah. OC. Peyton. I haven't forgot.
No, neither have I.
Lucar. OC. I haven't forgot.
No, I was. Are we kind of near here? Like, did we come here but just not enter her office with him?
No, so you could have came here if you wish. I'm the only two people that had direction was Thanos and Maldor. Thanos went to the blacksmith. Anybody can go to the blacksmith with Thanos. Anybody can go with Maldor to Brugge.
I would definitely come here with Maldor because I have a question about the Bane.
Okay. So just
So while
letting-
you're having this conversation,
Yeah.
I would just be around somewhere,
browsing the shop, just kind of waiting, being pleasant.
touching things I'm not supposed to touch, getting shocked.
Yeah, getting.
He's setting off the theft tags.
You see a clone Brugge coming over. Touch that. Smacks your hand. All these little goblins fucking about. The same goblin. So great. Brugge continues conversation. Brugge does not wish to understand, or, overstep. Hag's magic is very powerful and unknown to Brugge. That's could be possible to be if there is some protection upon this item that the Old One have given you. Hag's magic may be powerful enough to be able to pull it out without tempering with what protection there is.
Thank you. Yeah, the protection from Helm is obviously a complication. I am unsure, honestly, on this plane of existence, I'm unsure of his ability to directly even do anything about it. I would put nothing past
Brugge does not believe so. Brugge does not study gods, but Brugge does study congruences sometimes. And Brugge knows that the gods' influence and their power here within the plane directly relates to their followers and devoted. Each one has a small blip of chaos, a small blip of magic. And if one to devote that to the god, they can use that, and they grow that power. And from there, they can things talk, send avatar, something. Entire Deadmorn Kingdom, all this Brugge knows, worships, many worship Helm. Helm may be able to speak, but Brugge does not believe Helm can just come down with some sort of disciple or chosen avatar and smite thee. Brugge thinks if that was possible, we would not be facing this Demon.
Well, it's sort of flies against everything that he supposedly stands for anyway. That seems to be more questionable of late.
You would know best more than Brugge. Brugge does not know any of Helm's laws or tenets. Do you? Brugge will
Largely, it's
go for it.
order and non-interference is supposedly what he stands for, yet he seems perfectly happy to interfere whenever he deems it necessary.
And so you see, Helm might be more of a
grown, evolved god.
but they are still the same.
Seek power. They're like small child. If they don't get their way, they will cry and whine.
Perhaps it's an accurate assessment.
Brugge will send message to you. That's fine. When Brugge has discovered some ritual within Hag's magic that they wish to try. And then, if you agree, Brugge will teleport to you.
You have my gratitude.
There is something you must do for me.
Name it.
Brugge will tell you. Brugge did not just kiss you all to make clones of you, but also to track you. You are chosen, which means I cannot see you. Means I cannot send to you. Unless you send communication to me first. Then Brugge might be able. Would you be able to lay one on Brugge so that Brugge could find you?
Of course.
With tongue?
It would be my pleasure.
Brugge begins to lean forward, eager for a kiss from you, Melvin. You lay it on as the goblin tongue begins to drive themselves into your mouth, getting every last drop. Pulls themselves back. Kissing you is like very close to kissing a god. Perfect. Brugge will know where to find you now.
If you solve this conundrum, there's another one waiting.
Ooh, Brugge would like that very much. Brugge would like a great number of things, but Brugge is grown goblin. Brugge does not accost their students anymore. Nor does Brugge do much of anything like that these days. But Brugge might be willing. Who knows? Begins to look at you with a wink in their eye. As the conversation begins to dwindle down and die, Lucar, you have an opening.
Okay, I would just approach her and pull the bane off my shoulder and lay it down on a open surface somewhere and ask her to tell me more about it.
Begins to approach table clatter that you've kind of pushed on the side to lay down the table, concoctions of various potions, and looks upon it. What would you like to know, Luca? Tell me. Would you like general information from this magical weapon, or would you like more?
Specifically, at one point, it seemed as if it had a will. And
Of course
hunger.
it does. It does have hunger. Let me spend some time. Begins to virtually cast identification, laying an assortment of different things from other shelves that some of the Brugges are beginning to assist in, beginning to play with identification. The blade begins to hover into the air as they begin to chant all the Brugges together, the same ritual casting. Then the blade begins to flutter down, the eyes glow white for a brief moment as they are revealed information. They also are looking at some other things and begin to grab a book, opening it to begin to filter over their own spell book, spell known as Legend Lore. Filtering that through, they begin to then ritually cast that as well, assisted, taking a number of minutes here. Some of the actual mages and the knights observing the magic that's being casted, almost confident now. They were uneasy seeing a small city, large town such as this, with kind of a rambunctious sort of feel, different variety of people here. Now seeing a powerful, as a mage as Brugge is, to be able to whip out the legend lore and the other items combined with that. Just having a sign of maybe this is a good alliance, a worthy alliance kind of thing, right? These are knights after all, and mages that strong caliber, maybe not the level of Brugge, but still are significant. It's the world. Brugge then Begins to close the spellbook and tapping it a few fingers over and over again, like this onto the book, turns around towards you. It is how the Bane of Berrythun was created. Ruger knows. Bane of Berrythun was wielded by the once wizard of Old Magellan to deal the end blow to the Berrythun. This is a weapon that has a spirit, a twisted spirit between two dragons, Askuk and Berrythun. Two, good and evil, that play at each other at all times, to guide the wielder, strike the dragon's heart and mind. It feasts on the blood, for that is what is needed to preserve the spirit. Trap it. This is merely a illusion. The blade is just how your mind depicts it. But Brugger knows it is more than that. It has a will.
Interesting.
Ooh, it is very interesting. Brugger would like this item very much, but Brugger knows it must be in your possession. Brugger will tell you. This weapon, Brugger knows, is not indestructible. Nor will these spirits be trapped forever. There is ways. Brugger does not know, but there is ways. This weapon could not be. Bring this weapon back together. We need to have furnace deep within volcano. A layer. Do such things only found in one place. Known as Mount Jamar. It is a mountain on the Isle of Beer, where the Wizard's Keep was created. Wizard's Keep was placed on the layer of Berrythun to extract its magic and use it. There is entrance into this lair deep within the dungeons and the labyrinth of the Wizard's Keep. The blade will ever need to be reforged. You must go there. A task that is impossible right now.
So I must not let it break.
Exactly, Lucar. It is not about breaking per se. It is breaking the will of the blade. If someone was to find a way, they could.
Is there a way to attune closer to understanding the will of the blade?
Roger does not know that. But there is one that could be of answer to you. Someone that may be more malleable, but Brugger does not know. Damodar is the master of dragons, and Horan is under their control. But Horan is the descendant of Askuk. Their blood runs in this blade. They may be able to teach you secrets.
That is valuable information.
Their thrall is known as Belnock. They are a clan of gold dragonborns. In the small village of Nesquil, next to Lake Chris, in the Crystal Desert.
Yes.
They are the only
I'm
ones
familiar
that
with the place.
you. Ooh!
Not in this world, however.
It is very sad. Brugger begins to tap you onto the shoulder. Or sorry, the thigh, because they're small. Brugger is very sorry.
I am no longer sorry. I am vengeful.
Ooh, Brugger likes that. Brugger would like to see such vengeance. Perhaps you can show Brugger some time. Points towards Maldor. Your friend here, kindred, breathe at the small spirit inside Brugger.
Arg.
Brugger will tell you. Well, Brugger does not know if you know Belnock, but Brugger wants to remind you just in case. The Belknap are the only ones who know the path of fire, a trail that leads to the lair of Horan. It's high into the mountains of the Lavastir and the Mount Chris. It's such a place that you cannot breathe. Reaches the heavens.
See, it is unfamiliar to me.
Within the mountains, there are valleys. Ruga does not know what lies in these valleys, but the Belknap are a people that are very prideful. They do not share these secrets.
We have received some guidance that we should seek out Horan.
One does not know where Horan is.
Something we will do.
One does not know if Horan is going to be malleable now, after the siege of Beelder. Horan was one to deal the siege. They killed many, burned them alive, melted them with their dragon's breath. And they are a great elder, I remind you. They are of equal size to Erithum and of power.
Will not be easy. I'll pull the little red stone out of my pocket and be like, I wish it was gold.
Looks towards the stone. Ruga raises an eyebrow. Why don't you just trade?
Just trade?
Ruga wants to know why not.
Trade with who?
Whoever has the goldstone.
Oh, we'll find out.
Smile.
Mayhaps it's just easier to kill them. Though I did promise to ask questions first.
Ruga raises the finger. Ruga knows you will deal your vengeance.
You act coy. Do you know who has a fragment of the golden stone?
Ruga does not.
I had to ask.
Ruga has been spending the last 90 days moving great magic shop, renamed to Magic Emporium.
Is your great big tower much larger than Varus?
Begins to look towards you, whispering. Ruga's arcane tower of Mystic Arcanium is much bigger.
We talking like 3x, 4x.
Cannot see the tower.
But Varus's Tower of Time is nice. Ruga has spent much time with your companion, teaching them.
Well, I imagine in a few hundred years, perhaps.
If your
How old
companion
are
lives
you
long,
again?
how old is Bruga?
Didn't you say that you had a hand in creating the Bane of Varithun?
Bruga Bruga did not have hand in creating Bane of Varithun. Bruga knows of Bane of Varithun. Bruga knows some of Wizard of old. But that's the point finger up and down. That was not Bruga. That was another Bruga.
I see.
That's how she lives forever. That's pretty badass.
She also mentioned that there was like a revolt and some of the Bruga clones tried to take over. What if she overthrew the original Bruga?
Yeah, you don't know. This might be like, yeah, exactly. Variant 3.
This could be the rebel leader or
yeah,
something.
the rebel leader taking over. Maybe Bruga was far evil, far more evil.
Yeah, Bruga
than-
could have been terrible.
Yeah, the original Bruga might have been really evil. Who knows?
I love it.
Is there anything else Brugger can do for you?
You have been more than helpful, as usual.
Could Brugger have kissed for being so helpful?
Of course.
Lays it down. One does appreciate the fine scales of dragonborn kisses.
Yes. My particular scales are much beautiful than my brothers and sisters.
Oh, Brugger. Brugger truly believes they are as well.
Man, throwing shade.
Brugger would like to see many more skills of yours. But you have to go. You have so many important things to take care of as Council of Fate. It's ill-fated.
Away we go.
There's violence to be done.
Begins to wave towards you as they turn back to assist other customers. Farewell, ill-fated. Do not perish. For if you do, Brugger will always be here for you.
I'm Maldor Gentile, and this is my favorite magic shop in Fatehaven.
I love it.
We start showing favoritism to every shop we go to. People are just gonna not believe us about anything we say ever again.
That's the
Accurate.
point. uh,
So,
Alright.
war horses?
yeah,
So,
war horses and then
Heading
normal
over
stuff.
to the Champion's Triumph to obtain some war horses. We're going to go ahead and take a break. So let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 1:26 p.m. PDT. If you're watching the stream this much, really appreciate it. Hope you check us when we get back. So, bye.
Chat.
All right, welcome back. Thank you so much for sticking with us. So, you all now are kind of getting back together at the market in the Gilded District. Small city here is a bustle, this large town, and you're kind of caught up into the middle of that. Knowing you all are ill-fated, you are being regarded. You all are being regarded with quite a lot of rapport and of a folk heroism of sorts. So they're all kind of having eyes upon you. A lot of them are kind of offering thank you as they can pass by, and some are just kind of whispering and being like, "Is that them?" kind of deal. So try to keep a low profile, but it's very difficult, especially since a number of you are wearing very pristine pieces of armor on, weaponry, and you all are yourselves as well.
I'm handing out potions to, Varys and I believe Tegan, and then everybody else walks up, and I'm like, hey guys, I was just telling the others, that my way of saying thanks for everything y'all done for me, to make me stronger and help me along my journey. While everybody was doing their own thing and I was making trade, I also learned how to make all these potions and to keep y'all safe if I'm not as close as I can be to you. And don't be afraid to use them. I have more on me. And I've talked with Marcus, and he's going to keep those farms going day and night for us. So there should be no shortage.
Hell yeah, our very own drug dealer.
That's right.
Well, thank you very much, Erwin.
Appreciate it. Yeah, the cloaks, and I'll pass out the cloaks to everyone that's not me and Maldor that kind of have the shifty cloaks on already.
Okay.
Did you clean these?
Isn't the point for them to look dirty?
These are hideous.
You're right.
The people are not going to think that we're us if you put this on. Just
But the mine has a blood stain on it.
yeah, don't worry about that.
Gives it character.
Is it magic? A
No.
resplendent crystal dragonborn in a plain gray cape is no less than a resplendent crystal dragonborn.
I pick up some dirt and I throw it onto Lucar's chest. There.
Roll for initiative.
Grumble.
I don't imagine we're going to get anywhere and be inconspicuous, but perhaps we could be a bit less conspicuous.
Yes.
So horses then.
Horses, and then we ride. I believe we have enough rations, right? If not, I'm sure I can find us something on the road.
All right, so we go to the Champion's Triumph.
Good.
Okay. Rain begins to softly fall on the road. You begin to make your way out towards the outer gate. Before you get to the outer gate, you're now in kind of the outskirts of your small city, your large town. It's an area filled with large amounts of campsites and encampments. There's actually Wild Hand Camp. It's actually a trader outpost, if you will, that has others that can camp out there. It's just a large area that's been kind of cleared out. Has a communal kind of kitchen underneath the canvas tent, kind of cooking pots, an assortment of other kind of wagons for supplies to be given out freely as rations for those making refuge. The traders that would be in here are traders that don't wish to kind of cling into the market. They're willing to just stay here, sell what they can really quickly, and bounce out. This is the equivalent of the outpost for the actual structure. So there's always kind of a random trader that's there. If you're curious about what random trader there is, you can always ask. Now, in terms of the Champion's Triumph, as I had described prior, it's kind of a quartz built up arena, right? A list has grandstands made of core wood and other sorts of wood that you were able to harvest out of the marshes of Unveiling, and then also has these pavilions within it, in addition to these boxes that are fit for the likes of you or others that would be of the Guardians of Fate to observe down upon. The boxes would be that very typical if you're watching like a Knight's Tale, right? The king, the lord would be residing there with their entourage, their council, their people, and then the common folk would be in the grandstands. Okay. Current, at the actual entrance into the Champion's Triumph, it is open. This wooden cullis, this gate, has been kind of opened up, and there are people training in it. So you're actually hearing the sounds of training here. Let's get training. Those jousting, practicing about themselves. They're guardians of fate that are not clung to any sort of schedule current. Maybe they're off hours, or maybe this is part of their hours of training. Get ready to be a guardian of fate. There's also knights in here, some nobility that has made way with their squires instead of their small little pavilion inside of the Champion's Triumph to educate others and also bring other more squires in to their holiest of missions, if they're paladin or of their quest as a regular thing. The individual you're seeking here is a quartermaster of the Guardian of Fate. They're Quartermaster Raiden Ryland, the Guardians of Fate. They are a human, lighter complexion, blue eyes, and silken golden hair with this small elven descent. They would be the one to retrieve your war horses from. Underneath the grandstands, around it, are underdwellings for storage rooms of supplies and armory. That is more of an exterior from the keep. That would be kind of founded arms and things to be able to train with, practice with. And then a large portion of that is a stabling for war horses and other things to be put there and then brought out to joust with and to use. You have war horses always ready to be claimed, and then they'll breed and bring riding horses in, train them, that sort of thing. Right, draft horses, right? So get them ready to be used as this. His core master greets you, puts a hand over across the chest, lowering themselves down and brief salute. My lords! Well met. Welcome to the Champion's Triumph. I am Quartermaster Raiden Ryland. You must be here for your war horses. They are saddled and barded, ready to go. Would you like their names? Do not care.
Feel like our DM's gonna kill him anyways? Probably not.
Precisely.
I'm naming mine. What do you mean? Mine's Indra, because he's fast as lightning.
Ah, worthy name. Indra.
I'll name mine Softy 2.
Softy
Start a count.
2.
Pay homage back to fucking session 7 when Softy 1 died.
No, that is a long shot.
That one's on payload.
That is on Baylor.
There was a lot of dice on screen when that died.
That poor, poor horse.
It's a very dead horse.
All right, so I'm going to configure a character sheet for the horse. So it's just going to be generic Fate Haven war horse. If you want to have your own independent horse beyond just, if you want to put barding on it, that's increasing its armor class more than, different barding, I should say, increases armor class from the default AC here, which actually I'm going to give it a splint armor on. So that. Figure, make sure that armor class is correct. So its armor class current is 17 because it has split armor on in terms of barding. So barding is an item in terms of inventory, and you can get a number of different things here for barding applicable armors. So it's basically taking what would refer to as split armor that you would wear, and then you turn it for armor that a mount would wear or a horse would wear. So they have saddlebags on them. They have feed and stock ready to go. And so they're really going to be good to go for journeys ahead. Really only have to worry about is watering them, giving them breaks, things like that. So again, if you want to have your own independent character sheet to work off of, you can, but these are unlinked, which means you can just drop down them and they'll each have their own kind of prototype character sheets that they create when you drop them down. So what we're going to do with these is that I'm going to drop down your tokens onto the board so that you have vision of the map. And then your war horses will always be with you, right? Unless you want them mounted in combat or you want them on the board. Then that's going to be up to you to drop them down onto the map where you have them around you. And then say I'm mounted already or I'm mounting it, right? That sort of thing. Okay?
Sounds like a plan.
All right.
Sounds good.
Cool. The mounted combat is a thing. There's specific rules to mounted combat. I do play with those rules. And so just know that, if you get dismounted, that sort of thing, hit, and whatever, there's all these rules to it. Need a refresher on that. I can give you a link to that. So you get your war horses here from the quartermaster. Quartermaster watches, holds up the hand, begins to wave as you begin to mount your war horses and begin to depart the champion stripe. Safe travels, my lords! There will always be more war horses whenever you need them.
DM bait telling us how much we're gonna kill our war horses, man.
Yeah, that sounds so ominous. There will always be more horses.
If you're watching the stream, disclaimer: no horses were harmed in the making of this campaign.
A
I'm
lot
more
of fake
upset that
horses were harmed.
the horse has almost as much AC as I do.
You had 90 days of downtime to fix that problem.
Yeah, fix that problem for other people that actually get hit.
I mean, that's the kicker, right? Just don't get hit.
Yep.
All right, is there
You got
anything
people
that we are doing before we depart the city?
I don't think so. Travel route wise, like how many days is it to the pass?
Yeah, so if we're leaving Fate Haven, we have about 2.5 days worth of travel ish from Fate Haven to Fort Farron. The backs of war horses without wagons. It's able to make the journey quite be able to ride hard to make that journey, but you can't get to Fort Farron in 2.5 days. And then from there, it's actually not too far from the Fort Farron to the start of the Gordon Pass. It actually is only a day's worth of ride to get to the start of that pass. But then once you get into the pass, you have about 2 days of actual hard travel to reach Fort Flatminer. Because Fort Flatminer actually exists right at the pinnacle of where the pass is the most jagged, is the most ravinous, the tightest part. It encompasses both sides of the mountain. And there's actually some room chambers inside of the mountain, in addition to the walls that cross the pass. So it's not a large fort. It's not even like an enclosed fort. Really just a walled area with some chambers and other things inside of the mountain. The difficult part about it, you have to go through this if you have anything with wheels. Anything that has hoofs, that is not like a ram or some other mount that's equipped to handle the mountains here. Because the elevation that you're going to be getting to just in Fort Flatminer is right around 7,000 feet. If you are going to cross over the mountains, we're talking greater than 12,000 to 14,000 feet, which would take weeks of time to actually do. So this is a road. It has been made this way so you can get wagons through it. But think about this. When you get to this pinnacle moment in the pass, the second day of your journey, right, you start getting to this ravinous portion of the Gorn Pass, you actually cannot pass wagons. You'll have to wait. So what's important about this is that Fort Flatminer is pinnacle to moving siege because a siege will take up the entire road, just like a large wagon or something would, right? And so what they have to do is they have to ensure that the pass is cleared and that they actually can move it a piece at a time, right? So there are these sign postage, poster boards every so often on the pass. Before you reach this point of the pass, there actually will be people who have wrote on a ledger of a warning board, a poster board, potentially creatures, right? If there's something happening, wagons broken down or whatever, that's going to be posted on the too. But what they do is they go up here and they put their, right, date and the time of which they're entering in. And they fill this out. And they let people know behind them that there is someone up ahead of them. And then if there is people further on the other side, they have something similar. And so you know if someone's, you know, if you're going to catch up to somebody, you're going to be behind somebody, you just can't exactly pass them if you have a wagon, right? There's no real two-way travel at this point. So what Fort Flatminer serves as is not just for collecting taxes or tariffs, right, to protect, to have some soldiers, right, garrison there if there's monstrous creatures that are plaguing the road, but also so that it's a point that the wagons can pass each other. So they'll actually hold off on certain travelers, right, and say we have some patrol down the road that says there's a large cargo coming in. You have to wait here because you can't actually go through. So that was the point that the watch commander was making, that it's a serious choke. That if you were actually to hold it, you blow up, right? Blow it up here, you can't travel through the pass. Like it's now you can't do that. And so you're gonna trap everybody if you blow up the mountain. You're gonna trap everybody in Eastmore. They'll never be able to get out of the region with their belongings, with their goods. They'll have to be on foot. And they'll have to go over 12,000 feet of mountains. So that's like the whole point of keeping the pass so that people don't have to do that. Right. Does that, hopefully that paints a picture.
Yeah.
Right, of what you're getting into. Okay, cool. Just to make sure. Okay.
It'll be a fun time, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. It's it's kind of interesting battle map. So, all right, are we stopping in Fort Fair at all?
That's what I was trying to figure out. But if it's that far, I mean, we may end up sleeping there if we're going to be at the end of the day when we get there anyway. But
yeah, you will. You'll arrive if you do a hard ride. You'll arrive there on the end of the second day, so 2.5 days, right? So half of that second day, you can stay there. So that's third day morning. Third day morning, you then will be headed off direction of the pass. You'll reach there 2 days, so that'll be on day 5. Somewhere on day 5, you'll reach Fort Flatminer. That's a hard ride. That's hard riding. So
Yeah,
let's
was
push it.
Tegan going to let the commander and Othema know during?
I would say on the 4th day, you could probably do ascending, so that way there's no way anyone beats us to the pass. Like, once we're in the pass, and we know that no one can pass us to get to it first, and,
Yeah.
warn them. There's
You got
obviously
that?
magical means, but not a lot of people on that side of the continent know magic, so.
yeah,
You down for that, Tegan?
Sure.
Okay. So you leave it. I'm going to just go through narratively, start creating things. If you want to have time to role play in Fort Farron, we can do that too. I'm not going to, if you want to role play with the commander or with Yadir at the tavern, if you're going to stay at the Lump and Snup, more than welcome to. But I'm just going to narratively get us on the road, right? So to kind of just fast track some things. Okay, get interrupt everyone. So you mount onto your war horses. They are in the colorations of the ill-fated. They're in the colorations of Fate Haven. You remove those. You are going slightly incognito at this point. You do not want the colors of your people of this place adorned to your war. So you're going to remove those. You're going to adorn the cloaks that Thanos had provided for you. Packing your saddlebags with the extra supplies, Erwin, packing all of those delicious potions that you might have not handed out. And clinking around, you begin to get underway. Guardians of Fate perched upon the wall of the towers. They raise your portcullis and open the double-wooden door, normally shut until travelers or other refugees arrive. They will open them, keeping this place as formidable in defense as possible if there was ever a need to arise. You begin to get onto the road. The road now, as I had described prior to, it was loosely cobbled to a point, then to dirt to Norfolk, and actually is entirely cobbled now. So there is Mason, the actual Masonry Guild, is currently out improving that road, helping out with irrigation, other things to improve this travel, make it less bumpy, deal with some of the potholes, that sort of thing. So that the land travel from your place to Fort Farron is better. You're going to pass by a number of those people with their large wagons and the assortment of their different masonry tools and supplies, filled with large bits of rock and things. There's also a new road that travels to the mines, Fate Haven, and to your farms. That goes north from this gate, and that's going to go east at another T into the farmland. And the farmland coats all around from the left to the west to the east. Then it will go ahead and join in with the farmland of Fort Farron. Those homesteaders and the other thing that I depicted with the undead scourge marching over and all of that. Okay? All of that's being rebuilt. Right? Houses of the farms are being built. You can even see the crop master in their house upon the porch right now, the pitchfork holding it, waving at you both. A little bit of a quarter-mile out. Fields are clear right now, just being planted, so there's no crops growing, so just see him just waving. Hey! Hey! They begin to kind of run over to you, almost to try to track you down. You ride faster. Roll their hat down onto the field, roll their hand back, pick up their hat, and they walk back to their porch, back to the rocking chair.
Liam is relentless.
After all, Tegan, you ensured that every farm, every establishment has at least one rocking chair. And in fact, in the baker's dozen, there was a rocking chair. And engraved upon that rocking chair in a small placard, dedicated by Tegan. Every rocking chair has a small placard or signage depicting it was an honor to you. And there the
That
crop
is
master
hilarious.
goes to sit down onto their rocking chair with their pitchfork, rocking back and forth. You ride off to the distance heading east.
Says dedicated to Tegan, in quotations, for loitering. That's all it is.
For loitering.
You can see in the distance north on the same road, right, that would interlink with the farms heading east. You can see the mines. There are there's actually some foundry type structures that are built smelting. So you can see kind of smoke pluming at various times, and large amount of work being done in the foothills into the mountains. On the road east, you then begin to approach a patrol of Guardians of Fate, currently riding on their own riding horses, one of which is a war horse with barding on. They have imprisoned a few highway robbers, if you will. There's 2 individuals that they have currently tied up, lassoed, riding on the backs of those horses. As they're riding back, they simply just lower their heads on the right side of the road as you pass on your right. Lords, they continue to trot forward, heading west. Going east. Everything is alive. Everything works, regardless of you being here. You've created is just going to keep going and becoming something else. This is not dissimilar away from a lot of the Faerunian type places that have been created over the time, Swords Coast and Canon. Once you start something, people come. It just happens, right? So, as we reach Fort Farron, Smallwood has more timber that has been harvested from it due to your place. And the Smallwood is now even smaller still, really earning up to its name. A lot of the streams and the tributaries that were once covered by trees are now bare of that shadow, and so there are more wildflowers and smaller vegetation growing and flourishing. More farmlands are able to push in to the forest. And you can see that there are more lean-tos and small pavilion of tents and things clinging to the edges of the forest for hunting kind of game animals and other things. as more food is now required for the populations of people in the Northern York Valley. Passing into Fort Farron, you can see the tavern, the Lump and Stump, is busy as usual, especially for this night, growing and improving on its structure to accommodate such many travelers and adventurers that make their way due north. There is nobility in the Lump and Stump Tavern, something you wouldn't see every day, but nobility nonetheless, people that are refugees of Beolder. This is the first time that you've now seen some of the wreckage and ruin. These people would be that had survived the siege from their lesser noble houses or of major noble houses, and they went to Olathe in hope of finding something, but now are now drawn to Othema, and so they're having arguments of backtracking. I left such the fine hospitalities of Olathe. We had a beautiful home there. Oh, Othema's where we need to go. This is where the heart of the Talthars will be. Your filthy alliances, what are you doing? We're supposed to be making coin, taking care of our children, not pledging ourselves to some banished. They're just continuing that sort of banter in that conversation. Okay, that's what you're overhearing at the tavern. Staying the night, keeping yourselves incognito. Yadir recognizes you. One look, doesn't matter what disguise you put on. Yadir knows, smells it, breathes it.
I still smell the bacon.
Fucking
Smells the-
weirdo.
Make sure bacon
The
is
blood
prepared
of
for you.
slaughtered pigs are on
Another
our
pig
hands.
is slaughtered for you. And you continue on your merry way.
Before
simply-
we leave
Go for it.
Fort Farron, I would grab everybody for a powwow, especially after Yadir recognized us immediately. As convincingly as we may be disguised, this entire plan sort of revolves around surprise. Of anyone traveling to and from the path that is not militant, they are either refugees or merchants of some description. Perhaps we should procure a cart and hide the bulk of ourselves in the back, disguised as trade goods, as it were. Simply leave a couple of you. We can team our horses up to the wagon. A couple of you posing as traders, maybe the more finely dressed among us. Talk your way into the fort, and then we can spring into action.
I do believe that's actually the best idea, and not using our real names. I have a patent of nobility from Olathe and can act as one of the traders for us.
Where'd you get that?
Huh?
Where did you get that?
Procured it on my adventures.
So I think the best smooth talker would be the best to have up front with our noble boy here, as I pat Thanos on the top of the head.
And then those of you with fancy armor can hang out in the carts.
Wait, should
Technically,
that mean
Tegan has pretty fancy armor too. He should probably take it off or something, or cover it. I don't know. Whatever you need to do.
Do you not know disguise self? I guess that doesn't last for forever,
I also don't have it though.
huh? I do have an extra set of traveler's clothes.
I don't want to be a sitting duck out there though.
I mean, you just put the clothes on over. Aren't you just wearing studded leather? You just put that on under your clothes.
Do very baggy clothes.
All right, well, if a cloak and some clothes will work, then I'll do that, I guess.
You could probably, you can make a robe work or something.
Yeah, I mean, you do have the big robe, so like. I don't think that we overthink it too much, but I do agree that a cart is probably helpful.
Rather than just 6 of us strolling in, some of us being even covered up, clearly large and armed.
Yeah, I'm fun to ride in the wagon.
I do have these robes that Lord Thalon Falor gave me. I mean, do we want to pose as allies to the Talthars?
No.
I'd
That
be
would-
counterproductive.
That
Just throwing that,
that
out
would be
there.
worse than us just walking in.
Tidings from the Talthars, freshly reprised to the holiest of cities of Theba.
Just throwing it out there. I mean, I have them.
No,
Good to
I
know.
think the four of you just sit in the back and have fun. But as far as getting a cart, I'm assuming that we're gonna have to go to the lumber mill.
I assume
Yeah.
somewhere in Fort Farron we can acquire some sort of a cart.
Well,
One
you know,
that Andrew
Andrew.
Tumblerot hasn't parted out already.
Yeah, I was gonna say Andrew kind of parted those out, so I don't think the stables is the play. I think we have to go to the lumber mill.
Small timber.
Small timber.
Okay. Got in the small timber. Procuring a wagon from them. You're able to buy one for roughly 35 gold pieces. Rather ran down. Little need of repair, so you give it some TLC in the night. And you grab a covering for it for another 5 gold pieces. So 40 gold total. You're able to have a benched wagon and covering yourselves. War horses, not exactly fit to be pulling this wagon. Normally for riding, not for pulling. But as I had stated prior to, war horses will always be available. Told you so. Are you gonna remove the armor from those holding the wagon?
From the horses. What I figured we would do is, because we've got a few days to get to the pass, is just use like 2 of them to pull the wagon till we get there, and then put all their gear in the wagon with us, or at least as much of it as we can fit, and then team them all up to go through the pass.
I was gonna say, yeah, we take all 6 of them because we could actually have 3 or 4, or like 4 of them behind the cart as like the goods that we're selling.
As you're
the
selling
trader
horses?
goods. Yeah.
Okay.
Horse traders.
So you're gonna take off all of the barding from them, or are you gonna keep the barding on them?
I would take it off the ones pulling the wagon, so they
But
look
you're gonna
more
keep
like
the
actual-
barding. But you're gonna keep the barding on the 4 horses that are tied to the back of the wagon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because those are our goods.
Okay. And who is driving the wagon?
Uh,
Um,
I was either Thanos or Tegan.
Yeah, the 2 of you are going to be in front, so
yeah, either one of us.
Okay. And the rest of you are gonna be in the back of the wagon.
Bear's gonna be napping.
Okay.
You're gonna be curled up on Irwin.
Yeah.
Is there any-
while we're
Or curled up.
I was gonna say, I wanted to look up a spell in the to see if it was there while we're in Fort Farron.
Okay.
Because we seem to be, in using this spell every once in a while. I'm gonna look for scrying in the tome of the holder. So I'm gonna take out the book, dust off the cover, Wokalaka, and then let's see.
No.
Nope. That's okay.
Not tonight.
Not today.
not this day.
On this day, I shall not find this one.
Is there anything else you all want to accomplish in Fort Farron while we're here?
Is there a way to see if Marcus actually sold his house to move to Fate Haven?
You're gonna go roll investigation.
Hell yeah!
You think he's like renting it out as an Airbnb?
I'm
I was
just
gonna say, we
curious.
literally drove by him on the way here.
It's too big. I'll have to shrink that. I thought it'd be cool to put a little thing on the map, but the map's so blurry because I haven't blended in. Investigation of 11. Ah, yes. You're on the hunt. Pass away from the tavern. The dead of night. The rain softly falling down. Begin to ask the nearby beggar. The beggar looks towards you. Eager for coin. You slip a coin to them. They give you some information. Ah, yes, Marcus. I know of Marcus. The house is just that way. You go down the Morrow Street, looking for an address marked on an old building. You find it. You approach. There's no lights on. Nobody's home. You knock on the door gently. You hear some rambling commotions happen. Then the door swings open. Rain softly falling down. You stare. You see a small halfling. Halfling looks up to you. What do you want?
Oh, hello. I'm sorry to intrude. I thought this was the house of a Marcus. I had a meeting with him.
Nope. It's not the house of Marcus. It's my house. Good day. Good night. Bye.
Okay.
That's the door.
What
Go
are
ahead and
the
make an intelligence.
Taborats squatting?
Go ahead and make
That's
an
it.
intelligence check.
Oh, no, intelligence. Okay. Yes.
Oh my god.
You don't know this halfling, but somehow they seem so familiar.
Dang. I only met a few halflings, guys. I bet you it's the horse thief.
It's too
Or the
dark.
So
cart
he
thief.
escaped from the paladins and ended up squatting in the house.
It's too dark.
Don't tell
to
Thanos
notice
that.
who they are. But alas, it's not Marcus' house anymore. Suffice to say.
All right, good. I'm just glad he kept his word. All right, and that is all I'll do.
Okay.
I'll head back.
You head back.
This isn't Marcus' house anymore.
I'm surprised you just kicked the door down. You squat in this house? What are you doing in here? All right. You head back to the tavern, get a good night's sleep. And then you all begin to arise in the morning. Getting on, hitching your wagon. You get to get on the road. Head the direction of the Corn Pass. I keep these down just in general on the map so you understand where you're at. It's very helpful. Then you just have your little group asset bag there. Okay. So, you begin to leave the northern Gorn Valley. The Gorn Valley. Adventure sights anew. Headed in the Gorn Pass. This place is far more treacherous in terms of its environment. This is where two mountain ranges collide. Two separate mountain ranges with no affiliation with each other. You can see the snow as it drifts off, forms that line, and that is going to carry over into the Lavsteer. But they are made of two different types of stone. And as that has a contrast of a variety of colors in the inner working of it. The ledges falling off, landfalls are commonplace as you cling to the mountainside. The deep cliff face as it begins to fall downwards hundreds and hundreds of feet as you begin to climb, spiraling around a mountainside and back up on switchback, back through. You're continuing. Eventually, you encounter the poster board, this wooden place, this wooden fixation of structure. 2 beams come across, a little bit of straw thatching covers over, boards lay, and then pinned to it, a variety of different things. Parchment that's on here is depicting warnings. Travelers and traders that attempted in recent days. Turn around. Don't go. They'll steal, they'll take. Or worse, they'll kill you. There's no help from Fort Farron. No soldiers will come for you. Have you seen this person? They attempted to get the Forg, and they never came back. One parchment stands out to you. My precious cabbages. They squashed them for no reason.
Is this the guy from Avatar: The Last
I was just about
Airbender?
to say that.
I always love drawing parallel from that universe to that, but the cabbage is so great. Such a great.
Such a great Easter egg they kept in that show.
I know. Very great Easter egg. Classic.
My cabbages.
Cabbages. So, you then, as you work on the side of the mountain, you then begin to bridge into the other mountain, which then forms a traditional path, which is wide enough, but then begins to shrink down. So that's why that board is there. There are 2 other travelers who have went in front of you, with notes, dates assigned this very day, hours ahead. You're behind them in a way. Even with all of that warning, they still are willing to go. Dedication. As you begin to work, mountains on your left and right, thousands on thousands of feet, risking boulders and rocks just to come tumbling down, crushing you and blocking the pass. Yet they hold. Every so often it tests your patience, as you hear the crack and the rumble, some of the little pebbles beginning to topple down. There's some vegetation that grows here, grass of green and slight yellowing, and some shrubbery every so often. But it's kept so low to the ground as it brings itself from the earth, it never really has enough to get large and tall. No nutrients really here. No living soil. The road is dirt. That in itself allows for the grass to get a little thicker around it, trampled down by the wagons and the horses. Hooves. This pass gets tighter and tighter still. You then begin to pass east, go north, and then a swift 90. And this is on the 5th day. And you can hear voices from overhead that are up around this bend. You pause for a brief moment, because the sign that sits there right on that bend is a large solid piece of stone, engraved and carved into the edge of the rock. Fort Flatminer. You look from
How
left to
far
right into
Would
the
you
mountainside.
say we are? Sorry, I was just gonna say, how far would you say we are from the fort now, like till we arrive?
You are only about 100 feet around the bend, but you can't see it. You only know that the sign posts and you can hear the sounds of voices. The mountainsides from your left and right are beginning to tear down slightly, allowing for a sunken area up ahead. It would suffice to say the fort would be there. You are on the pinnacle of rounding this bend, facing the fort.
Would that, like in Varys's mind, would that think that like it would be within the hour that we get there?
You are here, like now.
Okay. Well, what I'll do then is Varys is going to cast haste into an arcane Emirates. I think
Okay.
is that how you pronounce that?
Yeah.
And he's gonna give it to Maldor. And just like keep this under your cloak, but for when the fighting goes down, I want you to
As
have
he does,
this.
as he does that, and we know we're like approaching, Maldor's gonna make eye contact with Thanos and establish a telepathic link for the next 4 minutes so that he can feed us intel while recovered.
Okay. All right. So I have your tokens onto the board. There's not enough space necessarily for your stuff based on how I've designed this map. So I'm not, and I also don't want to put that down. It might become really difficult in terms of trying to move all that stuff at once. So we're going to kind of theater of mind that it is on the board, and that's kind of where you're at. I'm going to go and activate the scene, then I'm going to describe. As you round the 90-degree bend, you are right here. This is literally where it works itself. There's an opening in the actual mountainsides that have been carved and tiered down to brace against the mountain structure to encompass what is up ahead of you. This is the purpose of the fort. Catch those slightly off guard. You cannot weigh siege to this appropriately from distance. You have to brace it immediately coming around this bend, or you have to attack it from the mountains, rappelling down hundreds, thousands of feet from the sides. There are protrusions, these towers that have been built from the natural rock and then crenuled in brick. They stand from your current position, roughing from 50 to 70 feet in terms of their height. The ballista that is due north of you, that person is 50 feet. I'm going to go ahead and mark them as such from your current position. And one on the tower, two on the tower south of you, 70 feet in terms of the height relevant to your current position at the base. I toyed with making this a leveled map. It was a nightmare and it would be impossible. So I have decided not to do that. In addition, I toyed with putting walls on this map. I decided not to. It'd be an absolute nightmare. So this is very, theater of mindish. So, okay? You're able to really kind of look through the gaps of the palisade wall, but you can't really look past the solid stone wall that lies behind them. So what you see here is a palisade wall that has been put up from 4 pieces of wood that have been kind of spiked down and wrapped with lashings of rope and then bolted with these massive interlinks of kind of grips, almost like mooring posts that kind of come around them. There is a gate here, but it is not large by any means. It's only about 10 feet in terms of its width. It's not even large enough for really a wagon to get through. And they have this makeshifted dug and in French posted up. There are these dwarfs that lie in front. Some of them have some campfires, keeping themselves warm, cooking on small cutlery of skillets, laughing and drinking from their tankards of ale that they have stashed away, plucked with a cork, almost similar to a ale horn. There are those with lances, heavy armor, and war rams. They are mounted upon those war rams. Those war rams are barded. They hold the lances with other weaponry upon the saddles. Mounts that are very agile in these environments. Jump at great lengths. The soldiers that you see here have chainmail. They have battle axes and shields. Backpacks upon with side quivers of javelins that are short in stature but enough to be able to be thrown when needed. These soldiers were marked eerily similar to those that you observed at the siege of Fort Farron. However, they bear a surcoat and a tabard, as well as cloaks of yellow and black, with the symbol of 3 coin pieces placed over each other, with a pickaxe that kind of goes around in a bow that's bent over those 3 coin pieces. That is the symbol, the sigil of Clan Gilgal. There is another that stands with them, an older dwarf. They have a similar armament, design. They have a particular symbol braced upon the shoulder, engraved in their armor work, perhaps noting them as a commander figure. Behind them stand a great wall that works itself into the mountainside, built into the mountains. It works itself in like a weave, naturally with the mountains, solid stone. Upon that wall are 2 ballistas, in addition to a ballista from the tower due north. Behind them are individuals that have chainmail as well, but they have numerous amounts of instruments in their backpacks, tall, 60-liter backpacks, various tools interlinked with them. Those backpacks are currently off of them, laying down upon the wall. They have the ballistas at the ready. Fire. You hear the sounds from inside and past that of moving gears, large pushing of something massive, the grumbling and the movement of rams that bleat to their heart's content, and something other large and monstrous that grunts and moans, thuds against the earth. The commotion of the travelers, the 2 of which were just ahead of you, were stopped. One of the dwarfs moves, the one with the symbol. How many times do I have to tell you, half-orc? You will not sell your lemons in Ismar. Do you understand this?
But I must. Listen, these lemons must be sold at the Windy Tower. It's important for the mausoleum. They use them in a special brew. Your soldiers are drinking it right now.
You see his dwarven soldier takes out the battle axe and reaches it up towards the half-orc.
We can deliver your lemons.
That is something we can do. Motions left and right.
Tugan, take the lemons.
It's to push the half-orc back. Some of those begin to kind of come down, looking towards the half-orc. The Tugans begin to grab onto the wagon.
What? What are you doing? I need to sell these. Your lemons, now property of Clan Gilgal, for the service and protection of your mausoleum. And they'll be turned into a nice brew, and my soldiers will drink and enjoy. You've done a great service, and for that,
begins to pull a small pouch, tosses it to them. They grab it and they look at the coins.
It's just as a fraction of what I would earn selling these. Meager 6 coin. Don't believe that your generosity would deserve more, do you? Is that what you're telling me, half-orc?
See as the half-orc looks unarmed. No weapons or armor except for a small dagger on the left side of themselves.
My generosity, then. Suffice.
Grabs their backpack. Begins to push forward after grabbing the backpack. To unmount, bridle the horse. Or puts the hand up.
What are you doing? You have your backpack. Get on your way now. Down into the Gorn Valley, where you came. But Marisha, I've had this horse for most of my life. You didn't think we'd be able to transport these lemons without your horse, did you?
See as they turn around, begin to moch the Tugan back with the wagon and the horse. The half-orc pulls out the dagger. Just for a little bit, pulls it out from the sheath. Tugan on the mountainside grab their battle axe raised.
Warth!
Vader turns.
Are you going to make a move, half-orc? You know what's at the back of me now. Over 50 strong dwarven soldiers. In the backs of them, thousands. You may cut me, kill me, but there is far more of my brothers and sisters.
Spits on the boots of the half-orc.
We take what's rightfully ours.
You can take it inside. Pulling themselves back into position so their soldiers from inside the fort take ownership. The lemons. The half-orc turns. Begins to walk past. Before they pass you, they stop for a brief moment.
They'll take your horses too. They'll take them all.
I'll gesture for the half orc to come see you real quick.
You're in the back of the wagon.
You're hidden in the back.
You're hidden
Oh.
in the back of the wagon. It's
Yeah,
just
only Thanos
just
and
Tegan and
Tegan in
Thanos
front.
right now.
Damn.
I
was just gonna
I
tell
would've
him to
done
go to
something
Fate
too.
Haven.
Yeah, I was actually gonna lean down and do the same thing.
As I had
So-
said, we are now entering Ismar. This is a heavy disclaimer. This is a hard region emotionally to deal with. So there's just going to be more of this and far worse. So just prepare yourself.
It's all good.
Being the real side of Michael.
No, all good.
You bastard!
Sick
I mean, he does murder all of my mounts, so yeah, I see it.
It is a pastime. Yeah.
The half-orc moves. The backpack on the back, bedrolls, and all the supplies they need to feed and camp themselves on the way back to, most likely, Fort Fair. You see this one in front of you. They have a mixture of different supplies and trade goods, pulling themselves forward. It's of similar consequence. Take. And then the two that accompany have resistance. They're not going to lose their lives. And they too grab their supplies. They begin to work themselves down from the pass.
I believe we're going to have some fun.
Are you
I,
telling us what was happening this because we did have a
Yeah,
so-
I would
I
have been like,
telepathically tell Thanos, I'm like, just get us into the fort, even if they have to take all the horses and stuff. Ask them to rest inside the fort or something before we head back.
Well, out of character. If the wagon goes inside, can't Tegan get Thanos inside?
Yeah, pretty easily.
So again, we're going to theater of mind that you are in the wagon and you have the horses. I'm not going to put them down onto the board until we use them in combat. Because again, this is a very small map. And if we're going to put those kind of tokens that you can move around, you're not even going to be able to grab your own tokens. So it's going to be tough. So we're going to just theater of mind that you have the wagon and the horses. It's far easier than trying to put them down. You can go ahead and move your tokens respectively based in the position that they
Cart.
would be. What's that?
No, I was saying with the cart, is there like, are there doors on the back of this thing, or is it just like a cloth hanging over covering everyone in the back?
This is not a
We're just laying
stagecoach.
under a
This
tarp,
this
yeah.
is not a stagecoach. This is a wagon. So it is a wagon that has a bench seats on either side. It was used for pulling pieces of wood and timber. You're able to get it from small timber company. Then you bought a canopy cover that goes over top to conceal yourselves. And then you could probably lay down another cover that you're laying down, right? So you're kind of covering
Yeah.
over yourselves. And
Like we would have used the spare barding off the two front horses to sort of like make it an appearance of like junk, stuff.
Yeah.
that we were gonna be selling.
Exactly. That's exactly how I'm interpreting. It will come down to the rolls with some
I-
things, but yeah.
By doing the whole thing, merchant returning, looking to grab more shit to come back over on this side of the continent. Is that what we're...
You're looking to
Yeah.
sell.
I think we're
We're
selling
looking,
horses and barding and stuff. Yeah.
yeah, we're selling the war horses on the back of us. So I think we would go up, right? All the way up.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and have Thanos. If you're driving the wagon, you will lead, and then everyone will move their tokens in perspective positions based on the formation. So I'll let you move yourselves.
And I think as we approach, Tegan would stand up and say, in Dwarvish, "Good evening, gentlemen. How are we?"
See as they don't respond to you at all. You stop. Horses begin to neigh. The Wereth begins to approach. Speaks in Dwarvish back. Fort Flatminer is closed. The pass is closed. Turn around.
I'm sorry, sir. I wasn't aware of the current occupation. I'm glad to see, someone encroaching on those bastard Talthar's territory, though, truth be told. My companion and I are merchants.
They raise
We
an eyebrow to
come
you.
to.
What did you just say?
We're merchants.
No. Before that, something about encroaching on Talthar's.
Well, I see. I've never seen your clan here before. I assumed you were coming down the pass.
Assuming why you come down the pass. Do tell me, traveler.
Well, seeing such strong focus yourself and such mass, I just assumed that you were moving. I'm quite an insightful man. I've seen a lot in my days.
Roll deception.
You want guidance?
That's a
You're
touch.
in the back.
You are in
You
the back
can't
of the
touch
wagon.
him.
You cannot touch. It also
Oh,
has
I did as a
components.
touch.
It is
Son of a
also
bitch.
there's also components, so you'd have to say something, right? You're trying to raid in the wagon.
Well,
I was trying to Baldur's
unfortunately,
Gate
he
3
rolled
this.
a 3, so it's only a 23.
Raises an eyebrow at you, still suspicious. What goods are you carrying, traveler? I can see
Well-
you have prized horses with armor on.
Yes. Well, besides some menial supplies in our cart to keep us afloat on the travels, as you can see, our merchandise is out to be beholden. These are our finest war horses, some of the finest in all the continent, if I do say so. Bred to perfection and raised just the same.
Oh, really? Folds the arms. Where were they bred and trained?
Well, originally, our project started as a lowly homestead, but soon we would move our location to Elathan for more economic leniency. we'll
Shut
say.
your mouth. I did not ask for some story of your life and how you came to business. I asked you where the horses were bred and where they were trained. After all, the only horses that I have seen of these caliber, mounted with barded with the armor that I have observed, is from the Talthars, which you have already assumed much of us. So please remind me, traveler, trader now, where are they bred, and for what purpose were they trained?
Well, as I said before you had asked, Elathan, we're
merchant stationed at Lathan. They were trained because, due to, the war front and everything, there are mercenaries and such, and other former members of armies that wish to have these caliber of horses, but usually are always procured by military.
Smiles at you.
So you are bringing horses bred and trained for war into Isma. That is what you're telling me.
Well, you see, due to the influx of need for the current war effort with, the jackasses back over in Othema, we need to move our operation, as most of our assets are being quote-unquote procured for the better of the continent. So we are trying to kind of move our operation to a more beneficial location.
And where in Ismar would you find that to be a beneficial location for you?
Well, to be honest, sir, this is more of a precautionary run to see what kind of hedge our bets here to see where we could settle down. But
a perfect opportunity to find others that have alliances to the Talthars, yes? Maybe they might be in need of some horses bred and trained for war.
Listen, man, I don't know if you got from the first sentence I said, not the biggest fan of them. So aiding allies to them, not something I'm interested in. Money, however, very interested in money.
You are interested in coin.
Who isn't?
Do you have some with you?
I didn't take much with me, not gonna lie. Traveling into new territory, don't want to put too much at risk, if you know what I'm saying.
How much do you have in your pockets?
Right now? About 150 gold, nothing crazy.
150 gold. It's a lot of coin for someone that doesn't
merchant?
wish to stake it in a region they do not know about.
Well, I find that having some material to persuade and make friends is beneficial for all parties.
I like that. I'll tell you, trader.
Begins to walk over to you.
I'm in need of a horse of war. So are my compatriots. You will need your coin in Ismar, but you will not reach it. As I have stated, Fort Flatminer in the pass is closed. You will need to find another way to sell your wares and stake your own claim. If you're upset with the Talthars and their mercenaries fighting in some blight of Dragon's Wrath, then you could take it up with them.
Well, qualms with the crown have not been fruitful, but I do appreciate the advice and, honestly, the warm welcome.
Warm welcome. Flattery. Disgusting. Off of your wagon.
But I need that to go on the road.
Dismount your wagon. Dugan.
Are you going to be taking it?
The two can grab the reins of the two horses that are pulling your wagon.
Off
Pulls the battle axe out.
of your wagon now.
Listen, sir, there's no need to get violent as I start stepping down. Listen, if I'm going to be leaving it, you're going to need to know the left wheel's a little shaky, okay? Watch the polish.
Left wheel is a little shaky.
The left front. The axle's a little, I think it's chipped. It needs a little work. If you're getting goods from me, regardless if they're taken or not, you need to know what's wrong with them. I'm very, very transparent.
Shut your mouth! If I thought any better, you traitor, you were a bard. You spin tales in the fables of Tavern. Search
Honestly, I can
The
stand
Tugin
bards. They're the
above you
worst.
begins to rip off your cloak and begins to look at the items. You resist?
I think I just kind of take a step back and I say, listen. If you want the gold, take the gold, and I just throw my pouch on the ground.
Take a step back. Thanos, you've dismounted as well, clinging to the back end, right in the corner between the wagon wheel and the large cliff face that sits next to you. You are now a little bit Tugin are kind of a shoulder and a head above you, currently position in terms of staggering. They've arisen from their campfire to the north side of you, aiding in the endeavor of searching. You throw the coin purse upon the ground, resisting and pulling away from the rest of the search of the Tugin. The Wereth looks towards the pouch upon the ground, picks it up, begins to open it, pulls the piece, eyes it,
There's 194 gold pieces.
drops it into the purse, hands it to the nearby Tugin to the left.
My heart, man.
Where did you come across such coin? Where did you find this coin?
Well, I'm
Real
very
bonuses.
with my business, as you can see. I'm very good with my words. Quite
Takes
the
a step
salesman.
forward.
And that pouch of coin you offered us is a mark of coin I have not seen. Van Gilgal has the largest gold mine in all of this continent. All of the gold flourishes from us. And yet, there are two symbols on your coin, one of which is dwarven. Land.
From Girder.
You are no traitor.
They have out of character. They've inspected the coin purse you've laid down. There's two types of coin in your coin purse. There's Thixian coin and there is Clan Ironhide Girder coin. As I had stated, that was what was in Dragon's Hoard. That was the coin that you have.
Yep.
Offered up. Where
God
takes-
damn.
Tell me who you are now.
Yeah. Egan. Give me a sign if this is. You know.
Listen, the coin. I do business with a lot of people. A lot of people that do a lot of things. I don't know where this coin comes from. It's all
Begins
gold.
to motion to the south side. Inspect the wagon. You step down.
I don't think you want to do that.
Climbing
Sir, I
onto the
don't
wheel
believe
well,
there's any need for all of that.
pulling over the canopy. The DC of 17. The Wereth succeeds with an 18. They're not dominating.
Oh,
Fucking damn it.
And that's probably going
They're
to.
aware. They are aware of the magic that was casted. The effect begins to bewilder them. Two of the Tugin hop onto the wheel well, pulling over the canopy to begin to inspect. The Wereth takes a step back,
Weaver.
begins to
Blue!
raise upwards, yelling to arms, to arms. This is look
let's
down,
fucking
boy.
prepare
go.
to fire. All right. So, before we roll initiatives, before we get into the fight, contest could be very long and tiresome in terms of our time of our session today. We're actually kind of at the cusp of where we could end versus where we could get into the fight a little bit. I'm going to leave it up to you, but I could assure you right now that there are so many dwarfs in this fort that might end up fighting you unless you attempt to run away. This fight might last an entire session's worth of time. So it's up to you. I mean, we can press into it, get started, or we can call it. But
I really
They're
want those
fucking
lemons, guys.
Rockin'. Yeah, I want those lemons.
Yeah, I was gonna say we should probably at least do a round or two. So that would
Round
be
or
a
two.
little bit
Okay.
of a
Like it.
Son of a
Fuck.
beach.
Of course he rolls a fucking 18.
Roll
Oh,
initiative.
Where's my
On top of
initiative?
everything, I was bullshitting. I said so much shit to make him believe I'm just some fucking asshole, and then he just looks at the
Fucking
gold. I
hell,
gave him.
Erwin. Let's go.
Oh yeah, I don't have god tier initiatives anymore.
Oh no.
I rolled a 20 and they're still ahead of me.
That's fucking
Uncharacteristically low initiative for Tegan.
that's
Okay, so it's important is that there is going to be a large number of fields of the play. This fight is generally based on time to interact and take the actual initiative. So there's not going to be everyone that rolls their initiative for the first round in the fort. Okay, it's kind of a phase type fight where there's going to be things proximity to you that are going to be in. Then that arms is going to spread. There'll be more coming in, and then there'll be more coming in right into the actual initiative order. If I put every token down onto the board, you literally would be sitting here for 30 minutes as I was moving tokens. Everyone rolled up.
Yep. Fuck, I rolled so bad.
Oh, is it my turn?
All right, Erwin, you are up first.
Oh boy. Well, seeing that we're in the thick of it,
If you hold on,
Knowing
if
we're
you
in the
are
thick
gonna if you are gonna cast Spirit Guardians, please let me know because they are
I
neutral.
wasn't.
They are neutral tokens. So if you do cast Spirit Guardians, I have to assign them as hostile for the macro to work. So just FYI.
I was not. I'm going to cast Holy Weapon on Maldor's axe.
Awesome. Yeah, I
So-
just
It's his
being
great sword this
yeah,
time.
it's his great sword this time.
I get to choose, actually.
Oh,
so
sorry,
it's fine.
greatsword.
Yeah, I think when you cast it, you get to choose the macro comes up.
Yeah, it gives me a pop-up.
Wait, do you have a normal sword and then you have the dragon slaying axe still?
Yeah. Yeah, he made me a Darksteel Greatsword.
Well, whatever
what-
one you were gonna plan on using, that's the one I gave. The
Yeah,
Holy
that's what I
Yeah.
put it on.
I made him a +3.
So
Weapon,
still
so-
hidden underneath the barding and of the canvas covering, you reach over to Baldor and you begin to whisper as you stroke their dark steel greatsword. Your celestial speech is begin to encoat the weapon.
I don't have much in the way of bonus actions, and if we are kind of still hidden, I'll just stay where I am.
Okay, you are still hidden
I-
underneath. The creatures would be surprised if you were to make a combat maneuver against them, but that
Yeah,
surprise will be worn off after the round.
I feel bad for those two dwarves next to Maldor.
Is there a new end turn button?
The end turn button is not there, so there was an error popping up with the way that they had found from the carousel. So I will actually end your turn upon you wanting to be done. If you do want to end your
Yep.
own turn, you actually can still open the combat tracker with the cross swords, and there is an end turn button down there, and that does work. It does not cause an error, I do believe.
Here we go.
Hopefully not. All right, Varys, you're up next.
So from where I'm at, can I like look up out of the front of the wagon?
If
to
you look
see
up,
everyone?
the two Tugan are on the wheel wells. They're looking over the ledge. They're basically staring after they remove the canvas covering of your wagon. They're just staring at barding pieces and of a undercovering with your lumps and mounds. So if you were to pop up, you'd be like a gopher in a. They're just gonna look at you and be like, "What the fuck?" That kind of thing. So
Yeah,
you cannot
yeah,
you
well,
cannot
we'll-
look. So technically, you actually have to go off of what you hear, not of what you're seeing. Okay.
All right. Well, I don't know how this would work because what Varys was going to do is he was going to cast a gravity sinkhole on the group of soldiers in front of us.
If you're going to do that, then you have to pop out and reveal yourself.
Okay. Well, that's what he'll do then,
Okay.
because he knows it's going down. So once
Okay.
once the tarp flies off, he's like, "All right, it's go time," and he'll pick his head up, pull the staff over, and then point it at the area, and a gravity sinkhole will pop out.
Okay.
Oh my lord.
All right. Only one of the Tugin were able to succeed. The Wereth has failed deciding damage.
God damn.
Fucking
The ones
murderer.
that survive but fail
my
get pulled to the
gosh.
center point as well.
That guy took half and died.
No, only one succeeded. I think
Only
that's
one
probably
succeeded.
the badly
They all
injured.
failed.
Yeah.
So you cast the
Oh, they all
gravity
failed.
sinkhole. Actually, how big is the gravity sinkhole? Hold on. It's a 20-foot sphere.
Yeah.
I actually don't think you would hit this one here that's back here at 20 feet of the sphere, because they're already 20 feet in the air. So I think
Right.
that one.
It's
I think that
however-
one actually.
Yeah,
is gonna
however
work.
you decide it.
Yeah. The two in the front, I think, are within a 20-foot sphere at the edges of it, based on your template. I do like a quick math calculation. I'm like, I think they're not even a targetable on that, so I'm gonna give them back and help. Okay. There you go.
And then if it's possible, Varys wants to jump out towards the back of the cart so that he won't get hit by these ballista on the wall.
That's fine.
Okay, so yeah, that's what
Take
he'll
cover.
do. He'll jump out on the back of the cart,
Okay.
and he'll just kind of like quickly scan everything and get ready to rumble.
Yeah,
and
points
that'll-
the ballista up top.
That'll end his turn.
All right, ending
I don't
turn.
know where the
I got it.
turn is. Okay.
All right, we now come to a Tugin that sees as you cast the magic, begins to pop up, rotating around, looks down towards you, begin to raise their battle axe and come in for a swing. 19 is going to hit
Shield.
you. Raise the bubble yourself. Battle axe strikes into the shield. They pull the axe back. They begin to grumble to themselves as you throw up the shield. They then begin to action surge themselves to get in another strike here.
Ooh.
These poor guys are super low level. We're about to bully them.
Yeah, but they do have
There's a lot
numbers.
of them. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
And then if we get inside, it just
Okay.
gets worse.
So action surging, they can come in for another strike of the axe, and again it strikes into the bubble. Begin to yell outwards in Dwarvish. Rogue! Roguelock! And Nick, this one sees the gravity as it emerges, looks towards you, Tegan. They go in for a strike of the axe, 13. Then they're going to action surge. I'm not going to click the action surge because that animation takes a while. Just keep track that they're using them. 13, 8, both miss. Ending turn. We now come to a Salul. This one in particular is on the south side on the tower that's very far up. They have right now a crossbow that is currently up, and they're going to point that into direction of Varys with cover on you, Varys. And addition 18 is going to be a miss. After the cover, that's even lower. Then we come to a Thraphos, the one mounted with the war ram. You hear the bleeding of the ram as it jumps off of the actual side, lands. Then they take the lance. They have reach with the lance at their range. They are then going to take the lance and then come in for a stab towards you. Miss and a miss. They then bleat backwards. They jump all the way back over onto the cliff sides. Going up towards the tower. Salute! Fire on the mage! Ending turn. Now come to the one with the ballista. Points towards you, Tegan. And they're going to fire the ballista off. 22 is going to hit you.
Oh fuck. I need to make a dex save.
Yes, you need to make a dexterity saving throw.
I wasn't immature till I took an arrow to the knee.
23 is going to be a success. You are going to half the damage, and in addition, you're not impaled, which is a form of restraint. You take 21 points of piercing damage, halving 42.
Wow.
Salul then begins to grab a bolt, some other javelin, begins to load the ballista, cranking it back, getting ready to go again. Lucar, you're up next.
these two that are here, like up along the wall, like what is that?
That's a palisade wall. That is an 8 to 9 foot palisade wall.
And they're standing on top of it?
No, they're in front of it. They got blown back by the sinkhole into the wall.
God. And does that palisade wall, is that like a gate there?
There is a gate. It's a 10-foot gate. Yeah. So again, I was
Okay.
questioning putting a wall up, but if I did that, then it's going to block your vision. It's going to cause issues.
Got
It's
it.
far easier in this map not to have walls. I've ran through this map with 2 other groups, and one had walls, another one had like level-ish kind of thing happening. It both was just way too hard. It was also really taxing on the fight because there's a lot of tokens on the board. We'd be lagging all over the wazoo. If there was walls, more walls too than there are now, whoo boy! Performance-wise.
Did the wall not get destroyed in the sinkhole?
The wall is implanted entrenched into the ground, and the sinkhole does not have a concussive force in terms of its blast.
Okay.
So it's not like thunder damage, like a shatter.
Gotcha.
So I cast haste on myself and pop out my wing.
Okay.
And then I'll bolt right out of the wagon straight to this guy here. I think I can get to him within 60 feet.
Okay. So the 2 get just surprised on your south side. They do not get an attack of opportunity since they don't have reactions against you as being a surprise creature from you. You're then going to use your hasted speed to get up, ascending 20 feet. You can either go to the right-hand side or the left-hand side of the ballista. Your movement speed is 30.
Why is this not? I don't know what's happening. It's stuck.
I think
Can't
you're on the
move at all?
measure.
Yeah, you're probably measuring.
No, I'm
No,
not.
that's
he's
the
not.
drag ruler.
My token is like stuck to my cursor.
You move now.
Hold on, I gotta reload. Anyway, I'm gonna move to the right of that guy at the ballista.
Okay. I'm going to move you based on what you can do with your movement speed and ascending 20 feet with your wings. Unless you use your hasted action for a dash. That's how far you can get in your movement. We'll see if we need to drop your token down on the board. I don't think we should have to.
I think I'm good. So I was just gonna go like bolt right up. So it should be like 45 feet to get to the top of that wall, and then another 10 to get to the guy, right?
So it's 20 feet up. The wall is 20 feet tall. You're at the ground floor. So you have to go 20 feet up, and you have to move 40 feet to get to that point. You have 60 feet of movement speed unless you dash with your hasted action. So that's
Yeah, but
gonna.
if I go directly, like Pythagorean theorem is 45 feet.
You want to argue Pythagorean theorem with me? Yeah, fine.
Hell
If
yeah.
we're gonna play Pythagorean theorem, we'll play like that, and I'll have the NPCs play with Pythagorean theorem, and we will hate our lives. So we have to pick one way or the other. We have to either go
So
20
would I
feet
be
up and
right
40
here?
feet over. Yes, that's what I'm saying. You're still in attack range. You're just next to
Yeah.
the ballista, not next to them.
I still can't actually move. It just lets me
It's like shifting you around.
gets it stuck to my cursor, and then that's just it.
Does it say anything when you're moving, like say you can't move, or
No, it's like it's trying to do a multi-move or something.
are you holding down your right click? Like let go of your mouse now.
Is your spacebar stuck?
Yeah, is
I
your
was gonna say,
space
your
bar?
mouse is just going crazy.
Are you holding that? Is your space bar stuck or your right mouse button stuck?
No, nothing's stuck.
It's just like drawing pinning.
You can't
Yeah,
like.
it's
Yeah,
drawing.
he's just fucking drawing.
I can figure out the hypotenuse here.
You can't move at all, right?
Can you click another token and target it?
I mean, the thing is like literally stuck to my cursor.
Just
Yeah.
have you tried refreshing?
Yeah, go ahead and close down.
Yeah,
did
I
you
just
close
did.
down the entire browser? So close down the entire browser, and then reopen the browser in a completely new window and try to see if that is what's happening. Because it's like, so I've never, I mean, if you're not getting an error based on the combat being like, oh, well, you can't move because it's not your turn, and you're having a problem with Drag Ruler, it might have an error from Drag Ruler, but it looks to me like your right mouse button, your spacebar stuck. That's what it looks like to me. Like it's hanging on to your movement.
Yeah, it's like trying to draw like a multi-stage move. Okay. Well, I'm where I need to be, so. Anyways. And then I get one attack, right?
Yeah, the hasted attack it. Alright, come across with the Bannerberry Thune. 30 is going to connect. You do 18 points of damage. You are able to slice right through him. You see as this engineer currently raising and loading it, holding the ballista just fired, looks towards you to fly through. It's got wings! Comes through with the sword, comes straight through the shoulder down.
It's got wings!
It's got wings!
They are not ready for this.
Crashes down to the ground. Dead.
Serves them right, these fucking dickheads.
Tegan is very happy
go.
Lucar avenged him.
It's just their
Now,
culture.
we now come to the ballista at the top left, looking towards you, Varys. They raise the ballista and they go for a fire.
If anyone's gonna get shot at,
Cock and
have a
block.
build
You
up.
see as the ballista launches forward, hits into your bubble, shearing off and paling right into the wagon. Erwin, you can see the tip of the actual javelin come right through next to your ear, staring at the actual tip of it.
Praise Saloon.
Now they're your next.
Salute.
Roommate.
Alright,
Valor.
well, as an action, he's gonna smash the bead that Barris gave him to cast haste on himself.
Okay, so what I'll do here is I'll put the haste effect on, and then I'll put a concentration effect on. Since
You, holy weapon.
since
This is
you
gonna
are
be sick.
you are the one that's concentrating on the spell.
Yeah.
All right, where are you at? There you go. All right, done deal.
Then bonus action. Nubar, who it is? I am going to quicken, seeing that bolt just smash through the car or the wagon. Quicken a vortex warp on this gentleman.
You're gonna bring him down here, that poor guy.
All right, they fail with an
and
11.
I'm gonna place him right in front of me.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck!
So it is.
How
it is.
dare you shoot us?
It's super cool,
That
but
might
it
be
is. Yeah, it is kind of buggy. So you want him right in front of you. Go ahead and pin where you
Yeah,
want him. There.
Yeah, like there.
Okay.
Shoot the wizard, will you?
Shouldn't have done that. And then hasted action, I will enlighten him to the error of his ways.
Okay, you see as you vortex
Oh my
warp, they
God.
appear. Oh, looking from left to right, you come down with the Darksteel Greatsword. A 13. You can see
13.
they turn their head around. They raise a small hammer up into the air, the engineering hammer. Ding! Bring the sword down. Darksteel! Darksteel!
Sir,
I love how
did
they're
you
learning.
miss?
They're having revelations every time we do something.
Yeah, why do you have
Holy
a
shit!
why do you have a -5?
Because
Pretty
of
much.
Ray
Am I
Weapon
right?
Master.
Okay.
Yeah, and then it'll end his turn.
Okay.
At least he
You're
can't
doing-
shoot the ballista anymore.
You can go
Yeah.
end your turn there. Now come to another crossbow being fired off. This crossbow is towards you, Varys, from the southern tower. That is going to be a 9, which misses. This comes to the other ballista. Let's just look towards you, Tegan. Maybe going to fire the ballista towards you.
What
When
the
he-
fuck?
Please make
Because I'm
dexterity saving throw.
standing behind you. I feel so bad.
Thanos, you're between the wheel well and the cliffside. You're in total cover, technically, because Tegan's
Just
in front of you.
like chilling.
Natural
Oh
one.
no!
You see as the ballista rains out towards you, it is going to strike down a total of 47 points of piercing damage, and you are restrained. This will require you to take your entire action in an attempt to escape the impairment. You're unable to
Pull it out,
move.
you'll be fine.
as the javelin is straight through your right leg into the ground. Oh! Beginning
How
to
are you alive?
beginning to
It's but a
pull
flesh wound.
the javelin back to reload it. Turning to the right hand side, seeing you with wings, Lucar. They then begin to raise the arms left and right. They pull a little horn out. As they pull the horn out, they begin to blow.
I'm just more impressed that you're still alive, honestly. Like,
Aren't you glad you didn't take that armor off?
you're tougher than I thought you were, sir.
Blowing the horn to alert more. But
Son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch.
we now come to a Ruglark, a mage, the staff, with his dreaded black hair and black eyes and golden accents upon the shoulders, uniting themselves as the clan Gilgal, but still are that blackish robe as it falls down with accents of silver, reminding them that they are a guild mage, relevant to their once and former established presence. They are going to look upon you, Lucar. As they look upon you, they are going to cast a spell at you.
In disintegration ray.
Dancing lights.
Or wisdom saving throw. You're going to succeed with the 32. It is a whole person. As they extend outwards towards you, see a wave of energy attempting to paralyze you. You're able to succeed with your aura around you. They then are going to use meta magic to quicken and throw out a fireball. Natural 1, they miss. They begin to migrate, moving back a number of feet in space. Alright, Tegan. You're up.
There's a fucking bolt in my leg. There's a bolt in my leg.
Drink one of
Thanos?
those healing potions first, sir.
Thanos, look at me. Kill that fucker with the ballista, please. Thank you. And I will bardic inspiration, activate my gift.
Okay.
And then, can I just look up onto the cliffside? This is such a waste of a 4th level spell, but like, can I just look up onto the cliffside and dimension door to a cliff, like hugging the side, like anywhere within like 500 feet?
What you see here is what is available. If you were to backtrack, you'll have to go around the 90-foot bend and put yourself off of the map, but these cliff sides are tiered in a way just to allow this place to be here. Everywhere else is too steep to dimension door upon.
We can take over the ballista.
Yeah.
You could. Are you proficient with siege?
No, but I am quite the marksman.
We've seen him pick up every weapon and do okay with it. I think he'll be fine.
Your choice.
I am going to. Oh, fuck. Is that the Palisades up there? Is there an opportunity for me to just pop up there and just go prone?
If you were to get up upon the wall and then stay there, the ballistas would not be able to hit you upon the east side. Right, so to the east of you, they would hit you. But you have to be right upon the wall. It's not very tall.
Okay, so if I could dimension door up to the ballista on the top left, like the one that's by itself up here,
Mhm.
I'll go ahead and do that, and then literally just before anyone could see me, just drop prone.
Hit the deck.
Okay. Oh my god, what are you doing? So, dimension dooring yourself.
Kills myself, accidentally teleports into a wall.
You're going to dimension door. As you dimension door, the javelin that was fired into your leg is still with you.
Because it's attached to you, sir.
It is no longer
Okay.
restraining you because it's no longer impaled into the ground, but your movement speed is halved.
Okay. Yep, that's the. Wow.
Use
That
the rest
really
of your movement.
hurt.
Use the rest of your movement speed and drop prone. You're in total cover. You can observe
And,
to your north side is that there is a a natural staircase that goes into the mountainside from this tower due north. It is concealed slightly based on how small statured it is built. You'll have to press yourself further north 5 feet, then it'll begin to be revealed.
Yeah, I think he just falls flat on his back and just starts taking deep breaths. And that'll be his turn.
Okay, I'm going to go and end your turn for you. We now come to another Ruglark. This Ruglark is going to move roughly 25 feet back to get some distance. Then is going to look towards you, Lucar, who's pressed forward upon the wall. They are then going to
Ooh.
Lucar succeeding with a 19 with against an Earthbind spell.
Ooh, cool spell.
So with your wings popped, knowing you fly, they begin to raise their hands outwards to attempt to bind you to the earth, to pull you down towards the ground. They are unable. Then are going to meta to bonus fire a firebolt at you, and they're going to land with a natural 20. You deal 31
Ouch.
total points of fire damage with a natural
Holy.
20. As they fire it off towards your chest, invoking Dwarvish language as they unleash it. Prompt you for concentration, you're able to succeed easily with the aura braced to you. That is the end of that Ruglark's turn. Thanos, you're up next.
All right. Well, I'm gonna do what Thanos does best, and we are going to shoot.
Yes, you will.
Natural 1.
Why is
You
that?
shouldn't have this.
They're 20 feet in
Yeah.
the air.
Why? Yeah, but I have sharpshooter.
Which crossbow are you using? Beskar one?
The Beskar.
Alright, I changed it to not have a minimum range. Alright, go ahead and main roll damage.
What is this?
You're going to have to roll 2d6. Then we're going to add plus 4 plus your mod. So that'd be plus 8. So 2d6 plus 8.
Plus 10 because I do have sharpshooter on. -5 is on there.
Alright, fire the bolt off, lands into the center point of their head. Take the blow and they fall backwards dead.
All right. Seeing this guy jump around, I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of his mount. Nobody lets me have mounts. Nobody else is allowed to have mounts.
Are you about to goat murder?
She's killing the
Just
mount,
shoot him.
killing the guy.
Alright, so you aim in the direction of the War Ram. They then are going to activate a maneuver upon themselves. Let me go ahead and make sure that I got this correct.
The Cavalier one where you could take damage for your mount and just takes the bolt and dies.
He takes the 29 fucking damage.
I don't think that I'm trying to read based on the maneuver. I don't think that the actual maneuver can work. Yeah, they're gonna expend it anyways, but it's not gonna do anything against the attack roll. I don't think. I'll roll it just in case. Yeah, it's basically boosting up the AC as a reaction is what it is. There's not the Cavalier does not have a thing that takes the damage away from another person like that. But they do have advantage to not be dismounted. So if you attempt to dismount them, they'd also have advantage getting upon them.
I thought
so
it's like a passive that like any damage your mount took, you could take instead.
Yeah, that's like I think it's in there, but that's really high level. I mean, we're talking like a literal NPC that's like level 15. I believe so. Let me see.
You can stop helping the enemy. I'm trying to kill this ram.
I thought I thought the only one would be bait and switch, right?
You have unwavering
know if
mark,
the
but
ghosts are bad.
that's just marking somebody, and then you have warding maneuver, which is the D8 roll to try to increase AC against the attack, and the attack still hits. The target has resistance against the damage, so they can do that through their mount, where they can give resistance to their mount. They can try to reduce the attack roll down. That's a reaction to do so. Then you have hold the line, which means that you can take opportunity attack if there's in reach. Target species 0, right? So hold the line is if they're moving within your reach, you can try to hit them, and then they kind of are a sentinel. A ferocious charger is just a charge in a line, so if you attack in a line, you get certain bonuses, and then vigilant defender means that you can take a special reaction on every other creature's turn. But there is no actual thing for a cavalier that lets them take the damage of their mount. So they're not going to be able to roll high enough, I don't think, on your attack unless they got a really high roll for the maneuver. But they are going to get resistance to the damage on the reaction, which is going to resist it down to 14 points of damage, and the ram is going to live because of that.
Man. Alright. Bonus action hand crossbow expert. The ram's gotta die now.
I love it. Alright, so it's just the resistance to that tax damage. The reaction has already been spent, I believe. Man, I didn't think the Cavalier was so complicated, but
Bro could have easily killed
They
3
are
dwarves,
complicated.
but he spent
29
all of
hits.
it on one
I'm
ram.
gonna kill
I
that
killed a
ghost.
dwarf.
alright, War Ram is dead. You see it
I got rid of the one with the
into
ballista.
the side.
I don't know if the
As you see, the Throphos tries to take the lance and use some of the armor plating of themselves. Going into the side saddle, they're able to deflect the blow, and he only lacerates the back half the hind quarter. You see it tapping onto the war ram nearby the horns and the head, beginning to give it nourishment, saying, "We did it." And then the bolt lands right into the nape of the neck, and Vince falters down. You see Throphos looks.
Psychological warfare from Thanos.
Yeah. Fuck
Get him,
these
nobody-
guys.
we don't know if these rams are loyal.
Because
These
I'm-
Rams ain't loyal.
That's literally what I was thinking.
They've been best friends for 20 years, and Thanos just put them down.
Fuck yeah, dude. I'm just gonna sit right here. I'm gonna enjoy my cover.
All right, coming to the Tugin that was just pushed back in. They're going to look for targets. They're going to climb upon the wagon here and go towards you, Maldor. Grab them out. They're going to go for a swing. It's going to be miss. Action surge. 24 misses. Turn.
Wild.
This one is going to cycle around to get to here. Look towards you, Varys. They're going to take a javelin out and throw it at you. 19 hits. For their turn.
It shouldn't, right?
He still has
I
shield
said
action.
19 doesn't hit. Sorry, I must have lied.
Oh, I
there.
thought you said hits.
No, it doesn't hit. Sorry.
Okay.
Then the Straphos is going to bounce with their mount all the way around. And they're going to get to here. They're going to look towards you, Thanos. As they do.
Bold
You
strategy to
son of a bitch!
Oh, your ram wants to die too now.
Oh,
Should have just let me sell my horses.
They're going to go attack
you're
attack
you're
you with
prone
the
up there. Should have just let me sell these horses.
Natural 1 strikes into the wagon. Second attack is a 19.
That's high
That'll-
enough to hit him.
That'll hit you for 15 points of piercing damage. And then they're going to put a unwavering mark upon you. So when you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, you can mark the creature until the end of your next turn. The effect ends early if you're incapacitated or you die. While it is within 5 feet of you, a creature marked by you has disadvantage on any attack roll that doesn't target you. So they're actually outside of that space. And so it's not going to have any sort of effect, except for if a creature marked by you deals damage to anyone other than you, you can make a special melee weapon attack against the marked creature as a bonus action in your next turn. So if you do attack, they just get to attack you as a bonus, but they can't apply disadvantage because they're too far away. They don't have enough movement speed to actually get over to you at this point. And it's their turn. All right, now come to the Weirith here. The Weirith begins to groan and charges forward. Comes down for a top-down strike upon you. 22 hits into you, Thanos. You take 10 points of slashing damage.
I'm
Going
not
for
setting all that.
what?
Oh god.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Bye, Moon Man.
Right. So you see
That
as the
poor guy.
Weirith runs forward, comes across the center point of your chest. Then Maldor comes, the great sword, and kind of comes down into their chest. They can take it, bleeding, top around it.
Heads
I don't
up.
think that actually
Holy
doesn't have
weapon's
holy
not
weapon on it.
applying.
Yeah. Not that it mattered in this case, but yeah, it's not on there.
Oh, the holy weapon
Yeah, it
is
looks
gone.
like. I was gonna say it also looks like some of the macros might be broken because it didn't trigger me for Bardic on any of those rolls either.
It's not like you planned on using it anyway.
Nope.
All good.
Just
we'll have
wanted to
to-
let him know.
It could be a MIDI thing because I haven't updated MIDI, so probably something like that. Oh well. We don't. If it comes to an issue, we can always manually add it in. But I think for
Throw
now,
2 more D8 in there.
If you want to
and
see how
you
much
should be fine.
2d8 looks like, you could. But I don't think we need it unless it comes to.
I don't think it matters in this particular instance. I just
No.
wanted to remind myself. 'Cause
Adam's
it's-
just gonna be one-shotting everyone that he attacks.
Yeah, if you don't kill something, I'll remind you.
Well, I haven't gone through because we went to the version 11 update, and I haven't done any updates yet on the module side of stuff because I've just been
Okay.
letting the build cook to see if there's any problems. And so there's been a couple things that have come up, and so I'm wondering if you update MIDI, which does the automation, I think if you update MIDI, this stuff will fix
It
itself.
fixes all that.
Yeah, it probably will. So all good. All right. Well, it's dead.
Is it? Are we sure?
Oh yeah, that dwarf is definitely dead.
The
So-
light in its eyes?
Bless just expired from me.
Haste just expired.
So we're gonna come to the top of round 2. I do know of that issue. That issue has been presented. That certain effects have been ending. So anything on a timer that's just been prematurely ending that I apply from CE. So, hopefully that gets fixed when I go through the week and do updates on modules so that I play it on to this week anyways. So we're gonna go ahead and call the session. So 30 minutes after 3. I don't know if really on the round 2. Upon the start of round 2, there'll be more enemies that are added into the turn order as the two arms call has been received. They will be rolling themselves into the turn order to assist in the fight ahead. Woo! Is everyone have fun?
That was
Oh, yes. You know,
Yeah.
this is
That
strange. It
was,
feels like Baldur's Gate. I don't know why.
yeah, it's a weird. It's weird.
Killing guards, soldiers. Yeah, feels like Baldur's Gate.
Lol.
Well, I'm glad you had
So you're-
fun. So it was. I do enjoy this map. It's a little bit weird. I probably should improve it, but I kind of like the style of the walling.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Tegan.
Bro, I put Tegan in such a bad spot.
Listen, if I didn't get fucking demolished by ballistas, I didn't care about opportunity attacks. I was gonna run up to that motherfucker that had the whole going coin thing and hit him with the staff, and he was gonna die, and it was gonna be glorious, and it was ruined by a fucking ballista.
Something about Tegan being impaled. There was all the javelins with the first dwarves we ran into. Now it's the ballistas with these dwarves. Like, Dwarves
will
don't
say-
like you.
Dwarves.
Yeah,
It's
it's just-
dwarves.
Erwin
Tegan
is still
has
hidden
been-
in the cart.
He's been a
Yeah.
pincushion,
Well,
and he's
I'm
been
so,
eaten.
like, I gave him the absolute runaround, just bullshit my way through everything, just kept talking so he couldn't suspect anything. And then the gold coin in my coin purse was the thing that tipped him off.
Well,
But they were going to strip you.
what tipped them off was the immediate suspicion when you literally said that you knew about what they were doing here. That's what tipped them off. Okay, if you were just a trader, right, you would not say anything or know anything about what they're doing here.
The geopolitical situation.
You would not know the geopolitical situation, or I care enough to say that, right? You're just kind of working through the rounds. As soon as you said that, they immediately had suspicion that you knew about some part of their operation, or you were just curious enough to ask questions, which suggests bravery. And that for them is a threat. They need to investigate. That's what prompted the rest of the stuff. Then you laid down the fucking coin, which I was like, I made a huge part about it, that it wasn't like, oh, it's Thixian and Girder coin intermixed in the Horde. And I think it was 3 times they said that when you were finding coin.
Yeah, I wrote it down. That's
Inside
why,
of the thing.
it's me.
Because it's a big part, because Clay and Gilgal is the reason why the inflation of this world exists. They are the whole reason why everything costs the way it does, because they are the provider of gold in this continent. The whole purpose of them. So
you're telling me these people have so much gold and they paid that person 6 coin?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go.
assholes.
Fuck these
When
guys.
this is all over, I'm gonna go run that guy down.
I love. Okay, I was surprised y'all didn't go to arms just for that. I mean, like, I was surprised y'all
It was
resisted, not
close.
just bouncing on the mic and being like, "You give him back those fucking lemons."
Part of me thought about it, but I was also like, I'm gonna get these people killed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought the same thing.
Yeah, get him out of harm's way, then make the move. Yeah.
I was actually thinking what was going to happen was the 2 of them were going to hop off the front, and then there was going to be 4 of us inside the camp.
keep, yeah.
Yeah, I thought that's what was going to happen.
Yeah, me too. I
Not
was
letting-
really hoping for that, honestly.
They're not letting anybody though. No one.
Yeah,
There's-
if they
there-
hadn't have like
this is
popped
where they're
off both
stopping,
sides,
checking. Yeah.
if they were gonna deep search that wagon, y'all would have been discovered. And yep.
Well, see,
That
they would
graphic
have.
sequel
They would. That's
was
the thing, though.
Busted.
This is OC. They wouldn't. If you would have just said nothing about the Talthars, never threw down the gold coin. If you went through the search of yourself, right, and then went through more conversation of trying to deceive them or something, there was potential that they would have just brought the wagon in without inspecting it. But you made such a point of being like, the war horses, bread and serving for the Talthars allies. Like, you kept going. You dug your hole. Like, you dug your hole, and then you just kept digging it deeper down. I
I mean,
just
to be
loved it.
fair, though, it was like kind of hard to realize what he was mad about because he was just so pissy with everything. It's like, is he mad about Tegan not being a dwarf?
Well,
Is he mad about,
It's not about being mad. It's about
or yeah,
it's about being on the job. This is somebody who is tasked in orders to stand out here in the pouring rain and the wind of the pass, not be in the comfort of the mountainside, drinking an ale, relishing in some food or glory of something. They have to stand out here in the muck of the dirt and tell travelers that the pass is closed. So it's not about you.
Well-
You're just caught into that, right? You're just kind of walking
Hope
into that.
fucking lemons
the
were
pass
worth.
is open now, baby.
Is it? That doesn't feel very open.
It will.
It will
This
be.
giant stick in my leg that says otherwise.
I was gonna say, me and Tegan are like,
No,
this
what's so-
fucking suck, dude.
What's so wild is that Tegan got attacked 2 times. Or like 3 times. Got hit every time. I got attacked like 8 times and they all missed.
Yeah, not all of us have a 20 plus AC, man.
Yeah, you
Shield
shielded.
saved my ass.
Yeah, and then Maldor with the crazy AC. I mean, there was a 24 to hit on the Tugan. The only 2 people to take damage on this fight sustainably was Lucar with the natural 20 and then Tegan with the ballista, which I think the Tegan one was really needed. You needed to see how much damage this fucking ballista do, because that really.
Oh, I thought for sure when you said, "Oh, and the ballista hit the cart," I was like, I'm dead. Like he's gonna hit me. It's gonna hit my
Why
toe.
would I? Drew, that's so mean. I mean, like,
Goes
you
through the
just,
wall and just
yeah, it goes to the wall.
You
instantly
You took a whole card of
This is-
lemons. I was like, I'm getting hit for
You
20
took
hit
the
points.
whole card.
Erwin,
You
you're
took
s-
this man's livelihood. I wouldn't put it past you to kill me in the card when I didn't get a chance.
Erwin, the ballista, the javelin fires, penetrates through the wagon. In your head is like a pumpkin.
I'm a leaf on the
Luckiest
wind.
shot. Somehow the healing potion trickles into your mouth. You're back at 2 HP.
But you lose 16 intelligence.
You're a vegetable.
You are literally.
I
a
don't know
vegetable.
why you didn't heal
I'm
yourself.
body
We
and
just got healing potion.
Yeah, you literally have fucking amazing healing potions.
And everyone said, "Don't worry, use them. We'll have more."
Nah, I
Also-
think what he did was awesome to Dimension Door up there. And
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
I ain't very squishy. I got 88 hit points. I'm a beefy boy.
The fuck?
God, that gravity sinkhole went off. I was so
was
happy
awesome.
when I saw dead. I was like, I'm in it.
The goddamn bard has more HP than me.
Everybody in the party has more HP than me. I'm gonna go see myself out.
You have
All
more
right.
HP than me.
If you're watching the stream this much, really appreciate it. I'm going to close it off. Thanks. I was going to say something, I
yeah.
forgot. Bye.
Yeah.
Whew.